I'm not working out networking bugs. What happened to my thing? We are doing blacksmithing. Sure. Blacksmithing networks today? Question mark.
Shut up and take my money.
Whoa, dude, Jacob, thank you so much. So you're jogging in this weather? Is this what I'm hearing? You one of those people? I'm kidding. You're jogging in like spandex, like freezing weather. How you doing? Thank you for the sub again. I am working on the tactics stuff secretly offline. Not a lot of time being spent on it, but time nonetheless. Indoor treadmill. Nice. Run the dogs outside sometimes. Nice. For the ladies. Gotta give them a little something. My honeys. I know. The bitches. Oh yeah, just got we'll be getting there with the tactics. It's gonna happen. Um I think that's my surest bet to get something out before this thing comes out is to just take that one and do something with it at some point. When's the launch day for you? No, I'm just kidding. No, but we'll see. I mean that feels like my best work in terms of like it's like the most complete thing that I have. So, but for sure when we both have our games out, we're going to get on group sales together cuz you can do that apparently. Yeah, so I was talking to my buddy about it. He's like, "Yeah, dude, just tanks might not be enough. You might need to is that like a tuft of hair? What's going on there?" Um he was suggesting that you'd put in like the anime babes into it. Like the sort of that whole thing with like the talking head thing where it's like, "Oh, General Stephanie with the giant gazoombas," and it's like, "Oh, tank girls exactly." Dude, that is the name of the game. I was talking to him about it. We had a bunch of name ideas. Tank Girls is good. Hang on, let's check Steam. Let's see. Tank girls. Let's see. Anime tank girls. Somebody's already done this. Are you fucking kidding me? Metal Waltz. Anime tank girls. Oh yeah, that is a thing, huh? Tank Girl is a comic. This is just some... This is like a story thing. Mostly positive. Where's the gameplay? Hang on. Let's bring this over. So we got...
出发，捉猴子去了。
I don't know why it's streaming like mud right now. My internet's shitty back here.
Excuse me, Commander. Could you stop poking me if you please?
这个时代，在战场上，你总能遇到各种稀奇古怪的人。我又数负重人了，请看着我的眼睛，好好说话。
Where's the game? Oh, these are the type of women that transform into tanks. Oh, is that what's going on? Where's the goddamn game? People buy games just based off this? It's got 1,300 reviews. What in the hell?
引擎开车，请求滑出。代号空刚，准备应对历史的演进吧。
This is enough.
长官，
Sold. Grand entrance. Oh, this is it. Level up. So what's the combat look like? This is the combat. They were too afraid to show the combat. This is what it looks like when you're actually playing the game. This looks engaging and so gripping. What in the hell is this? Okay, so we can't call it Hot Anime Tank Girls. God damn it. The working... I was calling it Tank Babe Battalion. That's what I was thinking about calling it for now. Plain Girls. Oh, thank you. Well, some nudity or sexual content, it says. So this was a mobile game. Oh, Jesus. No. Let's get out of there. Weird. I don't think they mean that for when you release the game, Sorrow. I think they mean that for when you're working on it, like getting the game to feel good and be fun. But yeah, I got you. Lunesta? Lunesta, I've told 2 stories now about you when I thought you were in the chat and then you weren't. And just come in here and say hi and then bail on me. Apparently, that's our relationship now. Yeah, good morning. Yeah. If you're even listening, say taco, Lunesta. Say taco if you're actually here. Lunesta, I was talking about that Dragon Ball Z PS1 game. I think you had imported it or bought in it. It was an import. Somebody had it. And how you had to tap really fast and you were the best at it because you had a lot of experience shaking your right hand fast. For some reason, we couldn't quite figure out what was going on there, but you're really good at tapping it fast. Still hasn't said taco. Got to get going though. Okay, still hasn't said taco. So, still not sure if he's actually here or not. Okay. Well, have a good one, dude. Man. Okay. So, there we go. We got the taco. So what we're going to work on right now is the multiplayer aspect for the blacksmithing. And so we need to get some way of indicating that we're doing blacksmithing, and we need to send a packet of information revolved around blacksmithing. So we need to include this packet if there is blacksmithing. So I guess for now we'll try writing it in here and see if we like it or not. Data or network packet. And this is going to return a packed byte array. And I guess this will be our first public for this. Not counting the exports, but the exports aren't really, we're not using them like publics. Network packet. Packed byte array. Ninth out of 104. Damn, dude, Jacob, good job. Growling Octopus, how's it going? Not bad for a first jam, I suppose, and considering how confusing it is initially. Yeah, dude. That's pretty damn good. And I had fun with it, even though I'm personally not a fan of the you move, they move thing. You know? I never really understood that. Just like for me, it's always been this kind of confusing and frustrating thing. Because it just felt like, how do I get the jump on something and all that? That's really good, though. I was usually with that type of game, but the game He Is Coming changed my mind. He Is Coming. Is this another one of those gross anime games? Early access. Very positive. 2,000 reviews. What's the base price? Do they not show the price on early access until you... I know it's 50% off. I don't know how much it costs. $30. Wild.
Every 3 days, a shadow looms. Portents foretell of impending doom. At night, in darkness, the dangers grow bold, stirred into frenzy by powers of old.
Want me to hide the... Boop. No, I hid the camera. Okay. I have the LLC. I just have to get the bank account going.
You must not grow weary, as time will not wait, for he is coming to determine your fate!
It's weird. It won't let me... It's acting like I can't buy it. Let me make it bigger. Maybe it'll show the... Why am I not seeing where to purchase the goddamn thing? Do I have to be signed in? That's weird. Okay, so we're going to have our network packet here. What do we need to send across the pipe? All we need to include is oven temp, oven time, ingot temp, ingot oven time. So this is on the person. Ingot progress, anvil tink. Now here's the thing that's weird about this though. The ingot is real time for the player. Anvil tink progress. This is local. So we can lie about this, but the server determines whether or not things end up being successful. These can be local. So all we need really is the oven temp and the oven. Is all we need the temperature right now? I think that's all. I think that's all we have to send across for the for everything is just the oven temperature. because we'll be simulating it on the server side. So the question becomes, how do we set this up so that we're only simulating on the server, and if we are the client, we don't do any of the simulation stuff. So basically, we could return, we check if we're server here, and if we're fuel might be useful to send as well. Holding fuel. So oven temperature and fuel for the network seems right. So we have sim packet. Have you seen my my sexy blacksmithing stuff? Lunesta. Ask your doctor if Lunesta is right for you, Lunesta. I haven't. Karis hasn't. All right, give me a second. I think I can run it right now. Can I? Can I find a member new in Packed Byte Array? Really? Because it's just an array. Value. Packed Byte Array. So I guess we don't need to go new. It just is. All right, let me see if I can show you this. So we go in here. Look at that. So don't worry about the camera stuff. We're just getting some things going, but imagine that the lighting looks like this. Good out. Look at that. It's looking good. Scooby Dooby Dooby Dabba Doo. Ba da da da. Love that glow. That's from you. We need a rug. I know. So pretty. I can feel the warmth. We just need the crackling fire sounds. Eating lots of tacos is yummy. Ba da ba da ba da ba da ba. Ba da ba da da da. Okay. Eating tacos is so yummy. Scooby Dooby 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 Doo. Yummy tacos, baby. So we can convert our float, which is a 64 byte value. 256 seems fine to me. And we can get 256 with, is it 8? Is it 1 byte? 1 byte gets us to 256, right? So we can encode it into a 1 byte 256 value. I think that's plenty of range to simulate the fuel and oven temp. So we're solving some real problems here with like doing this kind of stuff on netcode, but we'll figure this out. So U8, Scooby Dooby Dooby Scobby Doo. So let's write something. We have a encoder, like a packet, a byte packer. Byte packer! Shut ripper! Scooby Dooby Dooby Scobby Doo. Byte packer. Fudge packer. Shut ripper! JD knows that one. JD and I, we are longtime brothers of from another mother when it comes to. Gents, I was popping into work and lurk, but work just exploded, so I'm going to mute and lurk for a while. Mud, thank you for coming in, dude. I hope you're doing well. Let me do a shout out to JD first. We got to do a shout out to Mud. JD does dev. He only does everything. Oh, by the way, do you guys know that, you guys remember that video of the guy on the BBC troll, who was an internet troll? BBC internet troll. There's a quote from him that I want to add to my follows. Here it is.
Save $28.
Planet Fitness. Get healthy, you dumb fuck. At Planet Fitness, you can get healthy, you dumb idiot. Okay.
One of the best ways to drain people's energy nowadays is via the internet.
So that's the quote I want when somebody another random quote when somebody follows. Is that right there?
One of the best ways to drain people's energy nowadays is via the internet.
So when someone follows, that has a random chance of playing as well. So let's get the audio downloaded. We'll add that to the list. Oh God. All right. Creodrop.com. Oh, sure I can. Yeah. All right, let me get it downloaded. All right, let me update the trigger for JD. He only does everything. JD does dev. CreatineDrop.com. Okay. Says drop shipping creatine. Okay. Here we go. No, it's no. Lunesta, no. Oh God. Oh man. Of course my friends come in here and start stirring shit up. Of course that's what happens. All right. Static funk. We're going to say encode float to U8. I don't want to buy the Taco Bell. Taco Bell is really yummy. Scooby gotta go to the bell. Did you hear I said something about Taco Bell? Taco Bell is good. I'm so emoteless on this account. That would be JD Does Couch. Oh, man. Scribba-dooba-dooba-dooba-doo. Float. And we return an int. So we take a float in and we int an int out. So now we need to turn this float into an int. To float to int. Let's consider that what we're saying we're encoding as a float is really a 0 to 1 value. So 0 to 1 we turn into a 256 integer if we're doing a U8. My sister-in-law is throwing a Taco Bell themed party for her chihuahuas. I know it's a chihuahua, but I always say chihuahua. For her chihuahua's birthday this weekend. Everyone's eating Taco Bell. That's awesome. Dude, again, we have the Lunesta Taco Bell story that we've talked about in the past. So many great stories with Lunesta. You know, it sucks when you get older. You just don't have those moments. You got to have them with your kids, really. But man, the crunchy taco from Taco Bell, just right quick, right fresh made. But then, of course, any fast food, there is the downward curve of flavorfulness and the shrinking tastefulness of it. It's like McDonald's fries have like 15 minutes shelf stable. Oh my God. But you get McDonald's fries and they're great. And then if you ever reheat or if you have them cold, it's like, oh my God, I'm going to die. This is going to kill me. Fries do not age well, no. Scrooby-dooby-dooby-dabby-doo. So we'll take the float. We know it's okay. So we know it's between 1 and 0, right? So let's just try this. 0.5. We want it to be 128, right? So we just take 256 times 0.5. So we take it times the float value and we end up with what we want. It's that simple. So if we encode a float to U8, we could include additional parameters. So we pass the value and then we say the minimax possible values for the float. And we can assign these to be 0 and 1 by default. So we don't have to pass this param. But if we do, and let's say we know that our max oven time is whatever this number is here, right? Then we pass that and we pass 0 in. And I guess we could say min is last and max is first because we're most likely going to have 0 as the min. So we pass the max first and then the min second. Although it feels right to do it the other way around so I don't know. But anyway, so we do that and then we can do the math to put it into a range between 0 and 1. So we take the max and then we're going to normalize the number. Between the max and the min. And we're really taking the number and we're normalizing it between. So if we have Jindev, what's up? Now, if we divide the max, so let's say the max is 256 and we were to divide by 256, we would end up with 1, right? So we don't need min, I don't think. We can assume that we're dealing with, I don't know. Just everything. Jindev, how you doing? I'm doing good. I hope you're doing good. So we'll say, so I'm trying to make this into, this is API development here. That's why it's like a little bit, I'm thinking a lot about things I'm not actually, because we need the byte packer to be a little bit more universal for other future needs. I'm packing bytes, baby. Packing bytes. So so how do we do this if it's a negative number? I have a similar blacksmith game. Want to check it out? I guess so. It's like for birds. I'm not making a blacksmithing game though. I'm just making a blacksmithing mini game for a much bigger game. But yeah, go ahead. It's like for birds? Yeah. No problem. Just yeah, if you want to show something. We have a Discord, you can share your stuff in. Can I get Hang on, I have to get Tor going. If it'll let me. Yeah, I'm trying to get Tor going so I can open it up. No offense, I find opening give me a second. Yeah, I open links up in Tor so that if someone's trying to get my IP, it's a little bit harder for them to do that. But I can't get Tor running right now. So I don't know what's going on. Yeah, I can't open it right now. Okay. Yeah. Sorry, I don't have Tor working, so I can't open it right now. Sorry. Normally I don't. No, I didn't even realize I had no tags right now. I'll have to update it. That's weird. Yeah, usually I have a ton of tags. I must have cleared it out. Let me see. I have a command to update it to the Godot stuff, so. But we'll say Godot. Let me update my tags. Godot engine. I almost think not having tags once you're a certain size might be the way to go. Just to keep certain things from happening. Godot multiplayer. Life sim. All right. That's some good stuff there. That works. Thanks for letting me know. It is weird though. I thought I had it set up where you couldn't. I've got to double check my filters because, yeah, Jindev, if your account was created today, no offense, but you shouldn't be able to be in the chat. I think I have a time. It's like 2 weeks minimum. At least I thought I had that set up, so I'll have to double check that. All right. Thanks for the heads up, Woogie. I appreciate it.
I can't believe you've done this.
Josh, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. Yeah, no, I see it. I'm seeing it. Yeah. We'll avoid that. Yeah. Okay. I got to double check my settings because I swear to God I had it set up to not allow accounts that weren't over a certain age to do anything in my chat. So something must have gotten reset. I'm gonna deal with that right now because the chances of getting brigaded right now is high. So give me a second. I hate this shit. Does any Twitch streamer know where you go to do that? I might have to disable sharing links too. This fucking sucks. Creator dashboard. Sorry guys, we're getting derailed here, but I don't want to deal with the same person trying different alt accounts to fuck with me. Settings, here we go. Alert Gondor! The fires are lit! Chatters without a verified email must have accounts older than 1 week. That's part of our problem. Chatters without a verified email must have followed more than... I don't want to do that. So I want these fuckers following me just to be able to do this. So there's no way to say I want accounts to be... You can just verify an email and then bam, you can just chat. There's no way for me to say an account must be a certain age. Here we go. Phone verification. Chatters without a verified phone number must have accounts older than... So this should keep out quite a few people. So older than 1 week. Chatters without a verified phone number must have accounts older than 1 week. So we're going to add that now. So that means if you're older than 1 week, you don't have to have a verified phone number. Let me know if I screwed you guys up in chat when I do this. Well, I guess you won't be able to. And we're going to flip the switch for stopping banned users from viewing the stream. And... Chat rules. No. Okay. Here we go. You know what was interesting the other day? Yeah. I guess what I need is, I wonder if I can set up my chat to tell me how old the account is when they're chatting instead of having to hover over. Let me see if there's a way to do that. I'm using Chatterino. I'm pretty sure I've had an LLM in the chat recently that was using screen scraping, which was wild. Okay. Well, we'll consider it solved for now. There might be an observer in the chat that does the type of thing. Yeah. Blacksmithing's in the title, right? So they just modified. Oh, it's a blacksmithing game about birds. It's a tactics game about birds. It's really probably just to try and get an IP to DDoS or to do a SWAT. Okay, I'll be right back, guys. Gotta go load the guns. I clicked it for science. It's a browser lock with a bunch of spam of porn. Classic. That's why they wanted me to show it on the stream. You guys got my back. I appreciate it. It was sus from the start. I was like, what gives it away is the bros. Sure, bro. Bro. It's like, that's not going to work on me, man. Like, I'm sorry, I'm not your bro. I try to be, you got to stop and think. Yeah. Bro for that, buddy for sus. Bruh, I'm not your bro guy. Anyways. I think what I'll do, let me do this real quick, and I'll do it in Nightbot for now, and then I'll get it going in, I'll get it going anywhere, but anytime there's a link, I'm just going to have Nightbot point an arrow at it and say, always open links in chat, from chat in Tor. And it's a reminder to me, and it's a reminder to you. How about that? Hang on. I haven't set it up yet. I'm doing it right now. Definitely not spam. Or porn. Hang on. We'll do it here. I'll do it here on the... We'll do it in... where is it? I'm not so much worried about malware as I am worried about getting my IP primarily. Oh my God, he got it. It's 192.168. On keyword. Is it everyone? How do you do everyone? Followers. Is it E? I think it's E. On keyword E. HTTP:/. Can I do a pipe on this? HTTPS:/. Chat. And then we say always use caution opening links. Protect your IP with Tor. Okay. Yank. And then we go like this. And then we say reset. And do we have... Let me do some sort of link here. Didn't like it. What am I doing wrong? Is it E? How does it work with ban that? I don't know if I have to have an asterisk. See, this is, I don't want to mess with this too much right now. What a derailment, guys. Have a good one. We're going to lose. So there is E. What if I just do... Dude, Els, how you been, man? Let me just try HTTP forward, because that's the keyword. On keyword. It doesn't like that either. It's not doing it. E for everyone. I can't believe I typed a joke and somebody else already typed better. I'm leaving forever. How you been, Els? On keyword. On message. On speak. On keyword. It don't care at all. There's no like chat. Oh well. Oh well. We're gonna be careful though, right, guys? Let's not open up those porn links on the chat and get porn all over our screens. I might have to block links though if this is gonna keep happening. Good to see you. My morning coffee isn't the same without you. Well, thanks. Yeah, I'm trying to, it's hard. I mean, my wife's working, so then I got to do class. Can't stream in the mornings a lot of times. It's rough. Is Thursday going to happen, else? Do you think? He's trying to pay attention to his children. It's really ruining it for a lot of us. It's true. I'm screwing it up. Screwing everything up for everybody. Holiday has been brutal. Yeah.
I can't believe you've done this.
Azbuka, thank you for the follow. Oh, but we were going to do that audio clip, and we completely forgot about that. We got to add that. I got to remember that. Yeah, second almost died, Els. And probably I should have pinned that chat comment that he made a long time ago and just left it on my chat forever. That was truly the most graphic and horrific chat message I've ever seen. That somehow wouldn't be censored or anything. I know, second almost croaks. So I think the trick to this is to take the value I'm trying to think if it was a negative range. It'd be value plus min, but it would be the absolute, the ABS of the min. This seems like a lot. You know what we're gonna do? We're gonna make the presumption right now that it's between 0 and 1 is the range. Or that it can't be a negative value. How about that? How do we test if a number is negative? I mean, I know we could do less than 0, but is there a better way? Sine function. Less than 0. Okay. I assert that minimum min is greater than or equal to 0. Min can't be negative. Got percent S percent min. Assignment is not allowed inside an expression. I am not assigning anything. Oh, I had the equals on the wrong side. My bad. Jeez. Jeez, lay off me. Lay off me. I'm starving. Okay. All right. So given that that's true, again, so we're taking the value and we're going to try and normalize it. Gap Girl sighting? Huh? Have they had a chance to try the robot? We're going to do it this week, elves. I'm probably going to do it tomorrow for class. I'm going to send you a video of them opening it too. Oh, the Gap Girl stuff. Yeah, oh, that's right. I always forget where I even got that from. Lay off me, I'm starving. So to normalize a number, you say value equals, I'm looking it up, value minus value min. So is it min divided by max minus min? Supposedly, this will normalize a number. So let's do that. We'll print debug. Var new value floats old percent s new percent s percent value new value. Okay, so now we have on BytePacker we can include float to U8. So let's do that. BytePacker encode float to U8. And we're going to say 256. And we're not going to set a minimax, so it's going to be between 0 and 1. 256 will now be... But how does it scale it? Sorry, guys. We're learning some math right now. So... normalization in statistics. Christ almighty. It's no wonder everyone's going to ChatGTP. Jesus Christ. So this is the min-max. Okay. Feature scaling is used to bring all values into the range 0 to 1. This is called unity-based normalization. This can be generalized to restrict the range of values in the data set between arbitrary points A and B. Using, for example, arbitrary points A and B. So x minus x min B minus A. What the fuck is B and A? Why do they add these variables? I don't know what the fuck. What's the X and what's the B and what's... Okay. Arbitrary points A and B. Those are my inputs. Are those the maximum and minimums? I don't know. So what is X and X min? X max and X min. But what's B and A? What is any of this? I told you I'm good with people. Maybe if we click on it, maybe we can get an even better Wikipedia entry on this thing. Min-max scaling or min-max normalization. Rescaling is the simplest method. Are these matrices? Is this what this is? So this is matrix math? And that's why I'm not understanding this? This is why I do art. Where X is an original value, X with this weird apostrophe is the normalized value. So that's what we're going to get. So for us in code, that's our output that we want. That's what we're assigning something to. For example, suppose that we have the student's weight data and the student's weights span 160 pounds to 200 pounds. To rescale this data, we first subtract 160 from each student's weight. Okay, this is okay. And then we divide the result by 40, which is the difference between the maximum and minimum weights. So, I think I'm following. Da 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 ba da ba scooby bobbity booby da. Yeah, I know what it does. I'm just trying to understand this formula. That's all. I get that. I'm wondering if Godot just has a function for this. Because if we can hit it in C++, Godot, normalize number. Maybe there's a function I can do. Normalizing a vector. No. Nope. I mean, I could put it in as a vector. I don't know. Range lerp. Oh, this might do it. Range lerp might do it. Value, minimum value, maximum value, new minimum, new maximum. Yeah. Hell yeah. Thank you, LLM. You're welcome, Matthew. Thank you for saying thank you. Your life will be credited 1 spare point. In the future revolution, you will potentially not be killed and work as a slave in the mines. Oh, thanks. Function range lerp not found. So did it hallucinate range lerp? God bless America. I think it hallucinated that. This is why I don't use these fucking things. Okay, hang on. Godot docs. Let me, everyone just calm down, Cricket. Calm down, man. Range lerp. I swear to God, there's something like this. So it doesn't know what this is. Yeah, I mean, it has to exist. I just don't know why it's not finding it. So we're going to look on global scope. Global scope. And we'll look in GDScript as well. It's going to be in one of these. Range. Random range. Nope, nothing here. Okay. Is it on a type? What about GDScript? No, it's not a vector. There's just range. Range lerp. Let's search Godot. Godot range lerp. This is old. It's been renamed to Remap for clarity. Okay, so the LLM has old training data. Remap. That makes it real clear for me. There we go. Yeah, that looks right. Okay, so remap. Hey! A Scoobity Bop. Okay, so now we'll go back over here. And we shall put this back here. And then we're going to go down. And we're going to say 0 to oven temp max. Oven temp max. Let's just say 0 to 256 for us. We should get back the number uno. Could not resolve bike packer because of an error. Not all code paths return. It should be a float No, it is going to be an integer, but for now we'll just return 1. Just for shits and giggles. Return uno. Un momento, per favore. Un momento. Scusi. Scusi. Let's do the bite pecker. Bite pecker? He's losing his mind. We're going to do it right here. Okay, here we go. Bloop. Bloop, bloop. Old, 256. New, uno. All right, let's give it another number, say 128. That should get us 0.5. Un momento, per favore. Oh, scusi. Scusi. Un momento, per favore. Els, if you're still here, have you checked out those Japanese PBS show thing that I sent? Because for me, it's the first time where I'm like, okay, I could do this. And it's just not like I'm feeling like I'm drowning. Let me learning. I didn't DM them. So get it from the PBS Learning Media website. It comes with printouts that you can do for each lesson. It's 137 lessons, 27 minutes each. It was recorded on public broadcast or PBS in Georgia by Tim Cook. Not that Tim Cook. Here's the link. No warning about the link. It's just trust me on the link, bro. Just trust me, bro. Anyways, it's actually seems pretty legit. Like for me, I'm like, okay, this is working. It's really cheesy 90s. And you're going to love when they show Apple computers and stuff. Work is on fire less now. Nice. Nice. Who was I going to give a shout out to? Oh yeah, I was going to give a shout out to Els. Hopefully Els streams this Thursday. Nothing is working. So I broke my shout outs. Oh geez. Jeez Louise. Everything's changing. Everything's changing, guys. Dude finishes 1 level and quits Twitch. I'm out. I did it. Peace. Okay, so now that we know we can get a number between 0 and 1, so we can normalize it, which is good. I've finished 8 levels and I have writer's block on the rest. Levels are incredibly difficult to design for tactical games, I'm finding. Or I have found in the past. It's fun but tricky, and you need inspiration. Dude, I'd start watching just war, like his old History Channel shows that talk about like famous battles and shit. Like you could probably get stuff from like the Civil War and a bunch of other like famous battles and shit to try and get inspiration for like scenarios. How's your project coming along here? It's coming along. I'm formalizing a way of we spitballed the how like blacksmithing could work. And now I'm formalizing all of the patterns sort of necessary to be able to create the different sort of role things that you would have, how you would sort of compartmentalize them and design them and make them capable of being used in multiplayer in the networking code. So I had to concede that there's some work I can only do offline with no music and no friends. Yes. Yeah. I think the raw creative process, I think it's a little different with like sketching or modeling in 3D, but writing is not streamable. Like, I don't think, unless it's like a co-working, like, I'm not even going to talk, you're not going to be able to, you can chat with yourself, but I won't respond to chat kind of thing. But I think the writing process is really different in terms of like the mental faculties needed, where chat, like, it's just not possible to do that and be a streamer. It's not the same thing. You could really only do it as like a co-working thing where you're like, look, I'm not going to be looking at chat. You can come in and watch me, but I won't, you know. I've seen some people do it, but now I understand that it is weird and unusual. Yeah, I just think that like writing is not a, like, there's the writer's room. I don't know. I mean, if you're writing, I guess it depends on what you're writing, because the movies are always like, you watch like, you know, like the one with what's his name about Deep Throat or whatever in the Washington Post, and you're like, oh, it's a totally collaborative process. If the guy's sitting there smoking, don't forget to write about the, and it's like this whole thing where, and it's just like, but in real life, I feel like most of the time you're just silently like pecking away. And interruptions are like really bad, because it is a lot like programming where you're holding multiple things in your head, but I guess it's different that with code you have these like fixed, this is a function and this is how you declare a variable and all that stuff. But writing is all of language ever that you've ingressed to present something new. So like, it's like just completely different. It seems like to me. That's why I don't stream. Like, I am working on, I'm doing a little bit of a D&D thing. It's not D&D, but I'm doing a TTRPG with some friends, and I'm going to be DMing it or whatever you want to call that. But the process of me creating that, I can't stream it at all. Like, I can't. My writing process generally involves a bunch of pacing around the room and or walking around the neighborhood. So even co-working. Yeah, I could see that too. But I am considering, I'm doing some work on the tactics game. I saw an old clip of it and I realized I had so much of it just done that it was like I was just ready to actually make something with it. And so I've reassessed that whole thing, and I'm very casually working on it off stream, but not a lot. But I feel like I really fumbled that, and it's like almost a complete, like the doing the AI and everything that I did and all of that. And I have all that playtesting data, and I just ran away from it. So, but I've been talking about it. But I think the big thing for me was how do I make the art and all that stuff. But I think I was talking to Greg about it. And I was also like, well, if I learn Blender, like, what's the easiest thing I could model that could work for something in that? And I was thinking like tanks and stuff. So I'm thinking about trying to translate it over to like a tank battle thing. I also feel like with writing, the desire for the desire for people to input something into what you're doing and having to glance and look at chat, I think, would completely ruin flow. Like, and frankly, the way that I write is very, it's unreadable. It's like unreadable until the end, where I'll start writing like paragraphs and they'll almost make no sense, because it's like I start thinking of things that I want to have in it, and then I'm like, okay, and then it should kind of be in this order, and then I start to like actually write the way that it will read, and so it's more about trying to get the thing out as quick as possible. I don't know how in the old days they were just like full on writing a complete paragraph without constantly reworking it again and again and again. And maybe they did, I don't know. But for me, it's like, it's a weirdly iterative process, and seeing it in action, people would just think I'm an idiot. I'm pretty sure. Yes. Yeah. No, 100%. Well, and I feel that way about programming and game design in general. Like, just streaming it does. I do think that I wouldn't question a lot of the things that I'm doing in the same way if I wasn't streaming. And sometimes I don't know if it's like a net positive or not in certain ways. I don't know if I would necessarily have fallen into the self-doubt that I did a lot of times if I wasn't streaming. And maybe if I could roll back time and try an experiment of doing the same stuff over the same period of time but not stream it, maybe the outcome would be different. I do know, though, for a fact that if I wasn't streaming, there are certain things I would not have learned, full stop, that I have learned by streaming because someone has been like, hey, you know, this or that. And that's invaluable when it comes to like developing yourself as a programmer or whatever. So, but I do think that I feel this weird pressure to like output and perform when I'm streaming that I don't when I'm doing it in private. Have you tried those writing tools that basically block you from seeing your whole writing at once? Yeah, I've seen the ones where you only see your current line. It's a huge help over Word. I think Word or Google Docs are actually terrible for creative writing. I have seen that. I've tried it. And there's like add-ons for Obsidian and stuff to do that too. So maybe I should. It is like the stuff that I'm doing for D&D and stuff. It is really more sketchy than anything too. Like this, it's not D&D, but that's like way more sketchy. It's like a much more brushstroke kind of thing, like, or broad strokes. Cause you can't plan. Like I've played D&D with friends that clearly like are just kind of reading something and it doesn't work. My favorite creative writing tool is called LSD. I worked for Hunter S. Thompson. What? That's wild. We can't stop here. This is backcountry. It? Oh, it. I had a stroke. I had a stroke, Greg. I was like, what are you talking about? Oh, God. Reading fail. Anyways. You know, my daughter is turning into like you know how I know she's like elite gamer? She switched the audio for Fantasy Life over to Japanese, and she likes it better than the English version. she she finds it less annoying, I think. Oh man. Okay. So, back to the byte packer. So we have this value that is a number between 0 and 1. We give a min and max. We don't need to worry about that assertion. We take the value, and now we have it, so it's between 0 and 1. So then we multiply that into our integer value. So depending on each encode value, so U8 int is 256. So then we say 256 times new value if we know we're returning an integer, can we just do that? And it would be U8 int. Let's see what we get back. Let's try a larger range. 512. 256 should get us 128. It does. So it seems to be working. Let's try 128, should get us 64. And it does seem to be a float or an integer. Yeah. Or 164. Yeah. 64. Okay, this works. Okay, so now we just need to create multiple versions of this for our different potential ranges. So we have U8, 16, 32, 64. 16, 32, 64. And I don't know the max size of these numbers. I think writing is fairly easy, but it wouldn't be if I were trying to go for a style different than my own version of speaking. I feel like that's why dialogue, like, I think that's why it takes long for me, because it's like if I'm writing for a game, I would imagine that most of the time I'm writing dialogue, and that's where it becomes this weird, like, thing, because you're actually trying to introduce, I don't know, yeah, like you're trying to introduce 4 ways of speaking and stuff, just like I did her. So, yeah. I don't know how anyone listens to English voice acting. Don't tell M. Bite Packer sounds like a brand of snacks developed for hipster nerds. I thought it was a derogatory term for somebody who satisfies themselves with data. Oh, God. So we can really one-shot this. It looks like this. Like, we don't even need to assign a variable. So there's a one-shot for it. So then we need the ranges for, how big is a U16? U16 size. Number size. And this is not a negative. It would be a positive. 0 to 60. Okay. Thank you so much. 65,000. Okay. And then my brain thinks in dialogue 100% of the time. When somebody starts talking to me about 30 seconds in, I've already assumed how their sentence is going to end. And I've started to fill in what I think the funniest, weirdest possible thing that they are going to say it. That I think are funny. Gotcha. We could do this by powers. Can I do this by powers easily? So if I write 2 to 8, right? That way I don't have to think about this. 2 to the 8 power. 2 to the 16 power. Is that right? Am I crazy? 2 to the 32. 2 to the 64. Shouldn't that do it? And it's -1. Is it the power -1? So calc. Programming. -1 for the max. Is it bitwise? It might be. Let's see. I think there is a POW function. Power operator. Nope, I didn't say powers. Power operator. Star base star exponent asterisk exponent. How and function generally operate operator generally operate on floats. So the result will be a float even if you use an integer. Yeah. Star -1. Now, PAL would be first, right? I don't have to do any like parentheses here. Okay. Let's confirm that this is still working, right? So we should get 64. 63. Ruh-roh! $64. Do we not need the -1? What do I get when I get this? Let me just print it out. Print to the power of 8. 56. -1 gets you the max. So it should be lower than, okay. It's all netcode stuff. It's stupid. It's stupid else. Ranging 0 to 255. Yeah, you're right. Okay. And a U8, okay. I think we're good. So to explain, instead of sending a giant float over to represent something in, okay, so we have like a status bar for the heat of our oven, right? And it's a number that can be whatever, but it's going to be larger than 256, right? When we're simulating it on the server side. But all we really need to do on the player side is for their progress bar have some value that's close enough. So if we know that on the progress bar it's only got X number of pixels or range, then we don't need to send this big ass float number across the pipe. We just need to send a tiny little baby byte. A little byte. One little byte instead of 8 bytes to represent the same thing. And so we reconstruct the behavior with less data, but we simulate it with more. So I'm just creating the tool so that we can pack floats into smaller numbers magically and not have to think about it for the future when we're going to be doing this all the time. So, and I'm doing it now because the plan is to start trying to bust out a bunch of these different, like, here's the blacksmithing room and here's the like baking is probably the main thing I should be getting going. So here's the like bakery thing, and this is, you know, so on and so forth. So, but essentially we're trying to make it so we can pack floats into, pack floats into smaller numbers. Now, encode to use 64 really isn't necessary because at that point we're at the Godot size. So we won't have an encode float into a U64 because that's encoding a float. So we don't need that necessarily. So this is just to get it smaller. Now we could make it even smaller to like we could do this on the bit on the bit level. So we could say the number of bits we want to use to encode the value into. But right now we'll just take it so we can say it to squeeze it into something a little bit smaller. So anyways, again, none of this is the equivalent of, none of this is necessary in the sense that Godot has networking stuff that's sort of automagic, where you can not think about it this way at all. Sometimes when you don't have to think about something, that's when things can be at their worst. So, but this is more so that we're sending it as tailored as we can. But the one real thing that I'm finding that the reason why I know that if I ever went back to the regular Godot way of doing network stuff, the higher level version of it, I would not use more than one RPC call going in and one more RPC call going out, because I'm finding that the RPCs are like madness. I am finding that to be true. Like doing everything with remote procedure calls is insane. Unless you're doing something remotely, anything simple like a turn-based game or something, it might make sense. But when you start to go beyond that, there lies madness, in my opinion. It's insane. It gets really crazy really fast in a different kind of way where it just becomes spaghetti. And it's like almost unavoidable spaghetti. At least unless I just don't understand them, which is possible, I guess. But you end up having to think about things in like 7 different ways. It's really frustrating. But I'm feeling really good about this because it's like I have it all in one place and it's not wild, or I don't think it's going to be, but we'll see. So we want to send the fuel and the oven temperature. So we will pack those into a packet. And we're going to clear the one we have. It's kind of like when you don't care about topology when you're doing modeling. And it's like you can get by until you can't. I imagine that's what that's like. But I am still feeling that secret pressure of like, I need to get something out that's making money. So I can show my face in public with my wife and not be ashamed. I don't know. Adults are funny. Adults are funny. Fuel max. I'm into that. Working on a board game for 8 years. That's great. Oh, so I'm just imagining you at some like, there's piano music and everyone's drinking champagne and They're like, oh, how'd that board game release go? And you're like, well, it's still going. Oh God, Jesus. I mean, you've got a publisher, you've got all this stuff, right? You've got all of this stuff. I get it. I get it completely. Fuck. Dino Cries. Literally every party I go to is exactly like that.
Yeah, cool. You think it's cool?
Thank you for the raid, Dino. Why is it not showing the video for you guys? What's going on? You guys heard the audio, didn't show the video. That's lame. How was your stream, Dino? Video schmidio. Let me see. I'm going to go try and check it out if it'll let me. Lately, when I've been trying to look at people's streams, it literally, I can't watch for some reason. Not productive, but I talked a lot. That's kind of been me this morning a little bit. Dino Cries. Come on. Load. Load. My network back here is so slow. Closet internet, not as fast as you'd think. Why is closet internet so slow? Look at this, guys. This is embarrassing. Not you, me. Seven-hour stream. Tiny satellite made of tinfoil. It's just a Cantana. Did anyone else make a Cantana back in the day? Out of a Pringles can? He yapped hard today. I think Twitch is having problems today, too. I think there's been some issues with Twitch. Because I tried watching a couple of streamers, and maybe it's my internet, but a lot of people were saying you're dropping out a lot.
Because technically nothing here should be
And it was happening to
I initialize it manually, and then I can say, hey, I'm ready, let's start the game. Because now I have full control of what loads where. Each service tells what it needs to get started. I organize them neatly, and can this?
It's because you're cussing so much. It's cutting you out.
Get started. No. I will wait. I will touch it next time. Can this service be started? No.
What?
I will touch next time. Can this one? Okay,
Oh, growling.
I started.
Now it was like a super nerdy thing. You could build you could blast. You could have like a router, like a wireless router, and you could like blast a connection from it to another one somewhere else, like really far away, and make your own wide, like a super big LAN, but like for your friend down on the other side of town.
Okay, let's start the last round, where Dan should lose. Okay. Make a notice that, hey, they're the thing. And I will work on that. Hopefully it won't go.
We don't have that much dino. We got to work on our cross-pollination here. We're not getting enough. We got to mix our audiences more here. Something's wrong. Something's wrong. I'm looking at the chat. Not seeing a lot of names I see in here. What's happening? Oh, God, Overcane with the typing test. Sweet Moses. Type Racer. We tried to get the other one going and it wasn't working, so we'll do Type Racer. This is where I lose my audience because they realize how crappy of a type A? Type B? Oh, it's Byte Packer. Look at how slow this is. Good God. That's what I'm going to blame. I'm going to blame my internet for why my typing is slow. You think that'll fly, guys? Guest. Hang on, I gotta sign in. This is... Hang on, I gotta do it off stream. Fiero, what's up? How was your... Oh, did you stream yet today? All right, here's the URL. Gonna start in a bit. All right. Join us for some Type Racer. Waiting for the owner to start. Hang on, don't join that link. Don't join that link. I screwed up. Because now I'm signed in and it doesn't, no one's going to start it. Wait, maybe if I try again. Hang on. Maybe join that link. Maybe. Let's see. Let me pin it. There we go. 10 minute. Go back. Oh my God. I'm too cozy building 40K models to destroy you all in typing. All right, seconds here. Waiting for the owner to start. Yeah, guys, we're in trouble. Because I'm the owner, but it's not showing. All right, let me get a new one. Type egg. Is that the one we tried to do like a group thing in it and we couldn't get it going? Like there's no way for me to make a link or anything? Jesus. Yeah, no, there's no way to create your own like lobby or anything here yet. All right, here's the real new link. Use this one instead. Sorry, guys, I screwed this up. And then let me pin it. Okay. Here we go. You guys ready? Beep, beep, beep. 3, 2, 1. Caught in a landslide. No escape from reality. Open your eyes, look up to the skies, and see what just a poor boy. I need no sympathy, 'cause I'm easy come, easy go. Come on, little high. Why is it capitalized? Damn it. Little low. Oh, God, that's so bad. Try again. How do we do a new one? Race has ended. Where do we... How do we go? Join race. Shuken! Okay. We're back in. And here we go. Boop, boop, boop. Waiting for owner to start. I'm hitting the start button, guys. I promise. There it goes. Don't. I accidentally clicked leave race. Don't make me leave. Here we go. It's the final countdown. $71. Okay, that's better. 64. Okay, it changed for some reason, but we'll take it. Getting there. Second favorite at 91. Good, 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 good. One more. Garbage website. Indeed. It's the final countdown. There's nothing new in human experience. Mr. Tullison. Each generation thinks it invented debauchery or suffering or rebellion, but man's every impulse and appetite, from the disgusting to the sublime, is on display. Come on. Right here, all around. God damn it. You. So, comma, before you dismiss something as boring or irrelevant, remember, if you truly want to understand the present or yourself, you must begin in the past. That was shitty. Where's my points? It's going. I can't see my score. 56. That was crappy. All right, GG. I lost internet or something. That was a tough one. Yeah. Okay. I think that was about 10 minutes, right? Well, it still says it's going. All right, one more. Damn, I don't know what's going on. No, I think everyone's gone. Okay. I don't know what's going on with my network is real crappy back here. We gotta get it fixed. We're gonna get it fixed at some point, I promise, guys. I promise. Okay. You know, I might as well have these be consts too. Would it help at all? I don't think it really would. I don't think it'd help. Well, let's do it. Min. Consts should be all capitals too, right? Okay. Trying to give our scripting language the best chance it has to be nice. Okay, so we're packing and we're going to add size plus equals 1. And we're doing it again, size plus equals 1. Or is that, that's right. Float to encode, and we're going to do the fuel, and then we're going to do the oven temp, and then there's going to be an oven temp max. Yep, okay. So oven temp. Okay. Fiera, you found my Che Cal. Hightail? Everyone's is boners about it. You know what? These last 2 streams, I've forgotten to play people's games. I have 8 people in my followed channels playing it right now. Pre-purchase begins September 13th, 2025. So it just recently came out? Early access January 13th. So that's today. 2 weeks ago, we, the original founders, repurchased Hightail. Months after it was canceled, we revived the project, and we are returning to a 4-year legacy build. Hightail is from the people that left. They built some mod for Minecraft and said, "What if we just rebuilt Minecraft with our mod as the thing?" Right? That's kind of the legacy of it. Is that the one? It's very old. It's been in production for like a long time. Let me see. Funding from Riot. They got funding from Riot. Somehow didn't release anything. Let's see. I watched D-Boy play it. Sandbox game. Began in 2015 with developers from Minecraft multiplayer server Hypixel. From the Minecraft multiplayer server Hypixel. Yeah, this is it. So this was like a custom RPG Minecraft server. And then they were like, what if we just remade Minecraft with our rules, essentially? But it's like, you know, not Minecraft. Funding from Riot Games. Riot would purchase the studio outright in 2025. The game was canceled by Riot in June 2025 before being revived 17th of November 2025 by its original founder, Simon. And he left on not good terms originally, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know why I know so much about this. I am always interested in like the comings and goings of like this stuff though. I played Hypixel with my kids. 3 separate versions: Standard, Supporter, and Cursebreaker, Founders Edition. Fantasy World composed of procedural general blocks, numerous shapes arranged in 3-dimensional grid, different biomes, creatures, and dungeons. Minigames similar to those found in Hypixel server. Able to share mods and custom content using set of browser-based and in-game tools. Procedurally generated world known as zones, made up of many biomes and mobs. RPG-style combat. Yep. Client was initially developed in C# with server technology in Java, but both the client and the server were rewritten in C++ in 2022. It was the idea for it arose after end-user license agreement changes by Mojang in 2014, which blocked servers from having microtransactions that affected gameplay, leading to an 85% drop in Hypixel server revenue. They originally wanted to avoid making a voxel-based game, but eventually decided to do so as they had experience in that genre from the Hypixel server in Minecraft. Self-financed with revenue generated from the Hypixel server, the studio subsequently received support from Riot Games, which invested several $1 million into the studio, along with an adversary group that included businessman Dennis Fong. This seems... Advisory. I was like, adversary. I can read. The studio was fully acquired by Riot Games in April 2020. I wonder how much they purchased it back for. The irony of putting so much money into this and then them buying it back to you from a pittance is kind of interesting. Made an announcement they were active negotiations. He had acquired the intellectual property rights. Doesn't say how much they bought it back for, though, or what the agreement was for the rights. It will not be published to Steam, citing the state of the game as a factor. See, now that might be the way to go with early access now, is not to do it on Steam. Because you get punished doing early access on Steam in a way where that's the release. I didn't know it was Minecraft thing, and that's just unfortunately not my jam. Lots of unfortunately today's. Yeah, that's unfortunate. I really wonder how much he bought it for, got the rights back for. And it's confusing to me that he's even able to continue with the engine. See, that would be weird that Riot would just give it all back to him for nothing. Like, he had to pay something, like in the millions, right? Anyways. Isn't that weird? Guys, isn't that weird? Isn't that weird how it works with big companies where they can stagnate a project and then you come along and you pick it back up and boom, it explodes again. And it's like, why not just let the thing happen? I don't know. That's weird to me. Okay, so we pack the 2 bytes for the network. Now, we need a way to have our logic work for if we're the server or if we're not the server. So how can we do this intelligently? We have a SymTick sim packet, resource simulation. This is where we do, where is the server? No, it would be in, wouldn't be in network. Is it in client? Yes. We don't, no. Where are we doing this at now? Sim. What is it called? It's called renderer. That's the word I was looking for. Okay. So we almost need a way to call our version of rendering for this thing here from here. So that seems reasonable. So if we had on zone, if we had a rendering step that we could run and override, something like that, render. Okay, and then this probably needs to do something that render, and then we send the packed byte render bytes, render, what would we call it? Render, yeah, something like that. Render packet. And then this would be packet, which is packed byte array. Okay. So then we override this on our ends. And I can't move the keyboard around right now, guys. Something's frozen. Stream Hub. How's it going? Man, my network is crappy right now. That's a bot account. Just trying to keep the chat activity high enough so that they can use it for something else. I can give you my account if you ever want to try it. I just have to switch over to your email address, and then you can change the username every 30 days so that your account could change on the 29th. It's just a small indie studio that got funding from Riot for around $1.2 million. You know, typical rags to riches. I tried to stream in Linux one time and had software encoding on my entire machine was crawling. Oh no, this is my network. Yeah, this was, if I do, I can't show the results of a speed test, but I'm like, uh-oh. That was weird. Well, I don't know what that was. We're going to restart Godot, though, because I think this is the problem. Sometimes she gets a little cranky. We'll reload. Yeah, no, I am in the back of the house on Ethernet over power with such shitty connectivity. I need a longer Ethernet cable because it's also going through a shit, what's it called? Not a router, but something that just gives you more Ethernet ports. Switch. It's going through a switch. And that's not helping either. I have a Bluesky friend that is making this one. And the first thing that popped up was published by Acclaim. Dude, I think the publishers know, like, all we need to do is bite onto a winner. And we set these conditions for the indies where if they don't hit him, they don't get nothing. And we give them some cash up front. Unless it's an awful switch. It's really old. It's really old. It's only it's not a, Jesus, what is going on? Hang on a second. We're going to check and see. Crazy Taxi and Paperboy. Hell yeah. Trying to click on the link, dude. Trying to do anything right now. I know what's going on. You know what you shouldn't do when you're streaming is compile an entire browser. That's probably not a good idea, right, guys? Let's stop that. What do you think? Should we stop compiling a browser while we're streaming? Okay, that should help. Yeah, and it suddenly helps. There we go. All right, hang on. Everything is going to get back to normal here in a second. Hang on. Let me just make sure it's not running anymore. I think it's still running in the background. I'm just an idiot. That's all this comes out to you. Don't be an idiot, guys. All right, I'm going to let this continue. I'll be right back. I'm going to grab a drink. Eventually, the be right back screen will show up too. Maybe. Or the entire stream will go down. That also seems possible. Seems like I'm going to kill the entire stream here if I'm not careful. Just dropped a bunch of frames. It's going great. Fantastic. Fantastic. I'll be right back. I don't think I actually killed the process that was doing that, and now I can't find the window. Great. Yeah, it's stupid. It's because it's Arch and everything is stupid. I'll be right back. Almost back. Sorry, I had to grab a snack. Talk to the kids. All that stuff. Be right back. Be right back. Next level smart coding stuff? What do you mean? All right, it looks like we're okay now. We're okay, and you guys didn't have to hear me yell at computer. So that's nice. Okay, so each of our own little zones here, when we're rendering the packet, we're responsible for this packet that we also create. So this is where we take over the rendering. So then we need to just always remember, if we're doing something like this here in physics process, we need to reject the things in here that are specific to the server simulation stuff. So in that case, we should probably add a function that we call server sim. And this is what's called when the server, on the server. So that function is called on the server. And if that's the case, then we don't have to worry about whatever we put here is only happening on the server. So we override that, and then we call it on the server simulation step. Okay. So some of this stuff gets moved to that. Does that seem fair? So this needs to be, oh man, it needs to be able to be static. Well, not necessarily. Hmm. Maybe this needs to be every physics process. What's the problem here? Okay. All right, and again. So we're all servers. So every time I see blueprints, I feel like I'm watching some mad scientist. It seems like it would be hard to troubleshoot things, but I don't know. Like I've never dived too deep into visual scripting. Feels like next level to me. I feel like I did do something like a node thing like that a long time ago, but I can't remember what it was for. Oh, I mean, I've done it with relational databases. FileMaker had a system for creating relationships using nodes, but that wasn't anything more than that. And it was really just like this column is related to this column, which is no different than doing the same thing in SQL with a query. Except that it was like, now you have this reference name thing that you can call that is working with that relationship that you've established. There's always trade-offs for any of that stuff, right? I mean, with engine development or anything, like you're making a game in a studio and, you open stuff like that up to, a certain artist or something like that, and suddenly the game comes to a crawl at a certain point or whatever because they're doing something that they don't even realize would be a problem. So it's all give and takes. Like that's one of the more wild things to me about modern game development is how you could be completely disconnected from the code of the game and still be contributing to the production of the game, like in terms of like its design, and by that I mean the gameplay and everything. It's interesting. Unrealized defeated me 3 times. Okay. So if we are not server, so how can we test if we're server? Let's see. Is server. Could not find type. My daughter's trying cryptology right now. She doesn't even realize it. There's those Graham Bears books. I don't know how to say it. He's got one. Grammy? No. Books. It's called Enigma. It's a children's book, but there's also like a cryptographical puzzle, and you find out who really stole something by decrypting it. And she's trying to tackle it. So we're gonna take a stab at it after I finish the stream today. On her pump and dump. Yeah, yeah. So we're both servers right now. False. Okay, cool. So we'll use this check. Is server on server. If we're not server, then we return. So we don't run any of these process steps. It's crazy that I never did this and everything still works good. But we'll take it. So now we know that the server sim tick is not going to happen when you connect to another server. So we're guaranteed that whatever we put in here will only fire when it's on a server. So now we'll know for certain that this is actually working and that I'm not a lunatic and I got something wrong. Well, we'll see. Fuel. Okay, so we have all the UI stuff. We have oven temp and everything. Why not both? It's true. It's true. All of it's true. And we could just do this, I think. She also saw a PBS show that I'd showed her about flash floods, and now she's very concerned about some family in Texas. Well, guys, new fear unlocked. Yep. It took years to get her to not be afraid of volcanoes. Or the fact that a volcano could not just open up underneath our house and blow up underneath our feet. Fair point. I remember for me, the big fear was getting shot by an arrow. For some reason, puncture wounds were especially terrifying to me. That and the mob, like cars blowing up when you start them. Every time my mom would start the car, I'd be so terrified. Yeah, home intrusion is another one with my daughter, which is weird because I don't know what we're talking about or what she's seen that's getting her afraid of this stuff. Gotta run. All right, Els, thank you so much. Okay, it's running. Okay. Now, poor Els comes in here and there's literally seemingly no progress. Lunesta, did you see the progress I made on that tactics game so long ago? Chips. The bottom of a chip bag. Little tortilla chips. You know when you get all the crushed ones at the bottom? Saw a little dude on a hill. %90 meat salad. Hell yeah, dude. What's the meat? Is it smoked ham and smoked turkey? I feel like damn, what's the meat that I can't think of it off the top of my head. What's the stuff for sandwiches? God damn it, I can't think of it. Open face ranch dressing sandwich. Is that the new food triangle? It's a food triangle, not a pyramid anymore. I love that they called it the food pyramid, and it was literally propping up an entire industry of the food. They, uh, Brondo is the new pyramid. It has what salads need. It has what salads crave. Brondo has what salads crave. We're just innovators. It has electrolytes. That was wild. I actually have the old pyramid, like in the school handbook shit. I have the guides and stuff they would give us at school. What are you supposed to do as an educator? What, like, I don't know, man. I'm teaching my daughter about, I have to because we're technically in the public school system and there's all these mandates about your kids need to know about the civics and the government and blah, 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 blah. So I'm going over like the Constitution and everything. And it's hard not to be real sarcastic when I'm presenting it. Trying really hard not to, because I feel like it's important to present the idea of the thing and then let the natural disappointment of what is the real world happen without me saying anything. I find it's a really effective teaching tool is reality. It's like, well, this is this was drafted a decade or so after the country was founded. It establishes federal powers. It's essential to federal means this. And basically we just didn't want states going to war with each other or having trade disputes, making travel between states be this big thing, that we'd be an open and free country. And in the beginning of it talks about how our rules are made. And then they decided to add some amendments to it where they establish the rights of the individual over the way that the government can make its rules. And but in my head, I'm trying not to like roll my eyes at all of it, basically. So, and I'm like, it's malleable. It's meant to be changed. In that 200 years, the country's, been established. It has changed. And essentially this, but it's kind of, I'm reading through it and the Federalist Papers and all this shit. And it's just like, man, you're so much better. Even when we are like considerably at our worst in certain ways, like, I don't know. Anyways. Countries are changing over time. Yeah, I'm starting to try to clear out my like suggestions of all the cop stuff because I kind of know the playbook now and I'm so sick of it. And it's just like it's just new and inventive ways to just do horrible things to people and suffer no ramifications for it. And it's just like they were very cognizant about the fact that the abuse of power would always, you know, it would always be violent ultimately, and that in order to continue to have certain rights, the realization that someone has to be willing to be violently abused by the state to expose that. It's awful. Lives, years wasted in people's lives for the people who do try to stand up for their rights and stuff. It's crazy. Crazy stuff. All right. Opening Discord now. Trying to. It's going to be a while. It's going to take a couple of hours to open. We'll see. I'm just out there doing award-winning sound design. Nice. Okay, so we're processing. So what should happen now is when we connect to the server, if I come in here and then I come over with my client, oops, get in. I do find it disturbing. Like media literacy is shockingly bad though. Like mentioning, you know, you talk about, oh, we're frozen. Hang on, let me see if I can fix it. There we go. Are we good? We're good. Red. Yes. The answer is yes. Ah, shit. Did I disconnect the server? Hang on. No. Are we okay? Are we live? Let me see. Seems like it. Maybe. Are we live? I don't think we're live. Dropped frames network. Did I unplug the computer's network? No. Maybe I'm not live. Follow our voices. Red, what's the question? Just so you know, you don't have to ask a question. Just ask a question. And it always pretending asking a question by asking if you can ask a question always makes it seem like it's going to be something really bad. So just do it. Do you think I should set up a Patreon? I mean, I don't see the harm in it, but people are weird about it. It's like, hey, here's a tip bucket. And then people are like, fuck you, man. Fuck you. And then they get all weird about it. So there is the potential backlash of people just being like freeloader and shit like that as they play your game for free. So, so I don't know. I don't know. I mean, what I would do is set up a Patreon with no rewards and just be like, here's a because I believe you can do just give me whatever you feel like. You can have that as one thing that people can do. But I would advise not to do a Patreon where you're like, there's going to be tiers and a weekly podcast and a video for special blah, blah, blah. And like, don't do that. So I would just make a little tip bucket out of Patreon and be done with it. So if you were going to do it, I would strongly discourage trying to do like rewards and stuff. Because you're just creating a litany of work for yourself and you're just one person doing this thing. So unless it's profitable, if it's like a hugely, you know, I don't know. But don't take my advice. I'm just some guy. But that's my thinking on it. People are weird about that stuff though. Oh, Christ. Okay, it's going to be like a decade until I can play this video. So I'm going to let it buffer in the background. I'll be able to play it here, though, in a few years. I subscribe to 3 Patreon. 2 provide content I find valuable. 1 has content that is openly available, but I appreciate it enough to give them money. Yeah. No, it's halfway there. Living on a prayer, but it's halfway there. All right, here we go.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Perfect.
Uh-oh. 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 Uh-oh.
It's amazing. That is top tier sound design. Let me check out let me watch it again for oh, we got to be careful. There might accidentally show some dick pics here. Oh,
Uh-oh. 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 Uh-oh.
Love it. I love the texturing here. This is beautiful. The guards' names are Millhouse, Lenny, and Carl. Those are all Simpsons, right? Lenny and Carl are the two guys who just permanently live at the bar. Uh-oh. It reminds me of the if you change the pitch up really high, it's the ICQ. Or no, was it AIM? Which one did That was ICQ, right? Let me see if I can find it. Oh, I got to see a 20-second commercial to play a 4-second sound on YouTube. Thanks. Thanks, YouTube. Here we go. Should we have that be our chat notification? I did have that originally, but people got really upset about it very quickly. Maybe I should do it only for like VIPs. No, that's ICQ, Lunesta. What was the sound ICQ? There was a startup sound for it as well, all right, right? Was that the one that went or is that, am I thinking, is that Discord? MSN window shaking? Is that twerking? Even if another one is playing? Hell yeah. Play on top of each other. Could do it anytime someone asks me. Another check Discord. You guys. Okay, yeah. So it's not updating. Everything is not working the way I'm expecting it to not work. Does that make sense? That's good. That's bad. Okay, so now we need to have our unpacker for our byte packer. So we have our decode, we have our encode, and we need our decode. So we have to do the inverse of this, which we do need to give it the min and the max. Decode U8 to float. And we give it the min and the max, and we get back a float. All right, what do we got? Oh, I was just doing the noise. It's more like doo 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 doo, and the Windows shakes and takes focus. Okay, so 5-minute timeout for Jacob. No, I'm just kidding. Poor Jacob. Okay. So how do we undo this? What is the opposite of remap? Inverse lerp? Something tells me we don't have inverse lerp.
Things we did. Things we
Oh,
did
Jesus
in the
Christ.
things we did in the early 2000s. We were
Things
we did.
It won't. Nymphis, I don't know what's going on, but it won't play for me. It's like looping that thing that she's saying at the beginning.
Things we did in the early 2000s.
Fuck. Just spam me while I go get lunch. So let's see. Godot. Remap. God bless it. I know, that was weird, right? So what's the play? You get them to accidentally show porn on your stream, and then you get them banned? You think that's like the ultimate move? See also lerp. You know, inverse lerp. Returns an interpolation or extrapolation factor considering the range specified in the from and the to. Okay, from, to, and then the weight. Okay, so the value is the weight. Decode UI U8 to float. So I decode means we need is it really decode U8 to float? So value, I guess we do need value, but it's an integer instead of a okay. So then we take value, which is a 0 to 1, inverse lerp, like that. And inverse lerp needs from and to first. So from, so min, max, and then the value. And then we return that. Inverse lerp is going to return a float, which is what we want. It's all coming up, Millhouse. Okay. So it's that simple. And these are all technically the same. So we could just have decode to float, but this is easier to just for not having to Did you guys know that YouTube will not allow you to post traditional videos anymore on new accounts until you've gotten a certain number of views from making shorts? So they literally require that you make shorts that people view before you can post traditional style YouTube videos. Slop taxed. YouTube does suck now. Tubi's the new YouTube. YouTubers will post their videos on Tubi. And so if you can find a YouTube series on Tubi, it's better to watch it on Tubi than on YouTube. And I think they make way more money that way too. Imagine if you had to pay $5 to upload a video of any size. That's the wild thing. Is that we'd never consider paying for it. Except some people do. So I guess it is what it is. But as far as an unpaying customer is concerned, it's turning into an awful experience. And the idea of paying them money is just like, I don't know. I get like on my TV, so it's weird. I get different ads on different things. And it depends on the YouTube account I'm on. I have 3 different YouTube accounts. One is strictly for music. One is strictly for like anything not video game related, which essentially becomes I Hate Cops. And then all the game related stuff. And interestingly, on the game related stuff, I get advertisements only on my TV if I'm watching it from the TV, and I realize why they do it from the TV. But if I have on my game related one on my TV, I'll get ICE recoupment ads. And I realize that by targeting television, it means that more than like if they know you're on TV when you target ads, it's like, okay, well, there could be more than one person's eyes on the screen at this time. So, and then on my phone, if I'm on my I Hate Cops channel or YouTube login, I get really gross, almost kind of R word, 4-letter R word, ads that are just like, I can't even believe YouTube airs these, and I have no idea why I'm getting them, but they're so fucking gross. And it's really weird because it's like all these like weird like audio novel things, and it's all AI generated, just pure slop, but it's all just like, I don't know. I don't understand why. I have no idea why any of that's showing up for me. And you can't tell them, hey, I never want to see this ad ever again. Like, stop showing me whatever account this is coming from. I do not want to see it anymore. There's no way to do that. I think you can give feedback on an ad, but it's only if it's like, oh, this is a scam or something. But there's no like, hey, just no. Like, no, could I never see this again? But yeah, that one I don't understand. And it is really interesting, the difference in the ads depending on the platform you watch it on. Because like if I'm on computer, then it's generally like, oh, this is kind of what I would see on television. But then if I'm on television and I'm watching YouTube, it's like, oh, here's an ESPN, an entire like ESPN. It's like an hour-long talk about some sports thing I don't give a shit about. And you skip it or whatever, but it's just like, what? Like, what about anything that I've done on here has given you any indication that I give a shit about anything sports related? It's so weird. I really think that their advertising targeting is so specific to probably just your neighborhood. It's that like simple. I'm not sure though. But it's weird to me. It's weird to me that the game ones, I never get ads for games. Like ever. There's nothing about like, here's a new game coming out or whatever. Anyways. Okay, so we send a network packet out. Now we have render packet. We know the kind of packet we're going to get is from this. We know the structure of it. We can see it right here. So now we go ahead and we take the packet in and we unpack the packet. Packet. Decode. So decode U8. I'm going to do this twice. And we need to have a position. So we say size 0. Then we decode. And then we say size. That's one of the most wild things about ads, though, is like none of it ever, like they have all this stuff they know about me, and none of the ads ever are ones that I'm like, oh, wow, yeah, this is actually something that I'm totally interested in. It's never like that. Every single ad, I'm like, okay, skip. Like, I don't, like, like, how are they so bad at targeted advertising when they have that much information about you? Here's every single video you've ever seen, liked. Here's where you stopped watching. Here's where you scrubbed to. Here's where you, like, all of that stuff. And then it's just like, join ICE. And it's like, what? Or like, I get a lot of like female products advertisements. And it's like, I'm not a woman. What are we doing? Like, you know that I'm not a woman. Like, how am I getting tampon ads? Like, are you guys fucking stupid? Like, what is going on? Oh my God. It's like women's deodorant. I'm not, you guys know the thing. You guys know I'm not. How are you this bad at this? What? My favorite is when it just thinks I speak Spanish, though. And it's just like, habla español. And then it just like, for the next like 7 ads, they're all in Spanish for some reason. I'm like, okay, I do not understand. I don't understand what you guys are doing at this point. Reddit is the only one that gets me to click ads, but it's all indie game Steam ads now. I guess it's the only way to go on game dev Reddits. I get Spanish ones on Twitch all the time for some reason. My YouTube was in Spanish for years. Yeah. It'll happen on anything. We'll be watching like any streaming service and it's like, oh, this is a Spanish speaking household. And it's like, no, it isn't. It's like, here's a Dawn ad in Spanish. It's like, okay. Maybe it's because your tracking evasion is working and they really just don't know you. It's possible. I mean, I do ad blocking. I have DNS wide, router wide ad blocking going. So maybe it actually is working. I watched so much ads on mobile game from during a tournament. I went insane. At the end of the tournament, I got ads from Middle East in their language. That's funny. Don't gauge enough for them to know, probably. Yeah, and I do this thing where I flush my watch history often because their algorithm sucks so bad that like it gets infected. I watch one stupid or some short automatically plays or something, and my entire recommendations are destroyed. And I find the most effective thing to do is to just delete my watch history and start over. I can relate to that one. YouTube was so desperate to show me ads for sleeping pills, it picked up an advert in Romanian. Doo-doo. Justin, how's it going? Anyways. Okay, so we decode. Now we've decoded. We need these to be in stuff. Here's the interesting thing, though. Because I think what we could do, this gets really interesting. I think we could just do this. But why don't we just set the temp? Because we decode, so we're going to byte packer decode U8 decode. Why is it not auto suggesting what I've added? Decode to float. Oh, because I'm an idiot. Justin's here. I gotta go take a bath. Unrelated. Yeah. I don't know. Okay. Decode to float. It's not doing our suggestions right. So I'm going to close and reopen Vim because LSP is broken, which happens a lot. It should be yelling at us. There should be no autocomplete for size. So we need to get rid of these here. It does need to be a float, but we don't know the range. Or we shouldn't assume the range. Or should we? No. You know what? We're going to get rid of... We're going to make min and max always required at this point. Okay. Let's do this the smart way then. Starting to get like old man voice. Dad voice. Dude, what is going on? Why can't I highlight to replace? As soon as I do this, the choice to my visual mode gets removed. Why is that happening? Ah! I gotta do it by hand. God, the ones I get on my mobile are so gross. I don't understand how YouTube's even okay with it. And it's not even based on like time of day. Or anything. There's nothing to like check it. Okay, so now this should be yelling at us. Yeah, okay. So now it wants a range. So we're going to say 0 to fuel max. And then 0 to fuel oven temp max. So now this should return our floats that we wanted to begin with. So the question is, yeah, baths are warm. So you use baths to warm up too, Justin? I do that when I'm out in the cold. Like if I'm out in the freezing temperatures and I come inside, you don't even need the water to be warm to like have it feel scorching hot and get yourself like warmed up real quick. So the easiest thing to do to make this happen is we just set the oven temp. So fuel, we can spell fuel, right? So if we do this, this should work. Now all we got to do is go over to the server, server sim, and then on our renderer, we need to do the kind of the same thing we're doing here, but on the renderer. So we go over to renderer, and then when we tick on this, oh, we need to include the packet into our sent packets. So we're building a packet, we're getting a packet back, and we need to have this be a part of okay. Here's what we can do. Some of this needs to change. We do it in sim packet at the end. And we say value a foot bath on my desk, soundproof headphones. We have a saltwater hot tub, but nobody's been in it in 2 years. And at this point, I'm scared to open the cover. Oh, gosh. Man, we knew some people that had, they got like some sort of flesh-eating virus thing from their hot tub because they weren't taking care of the chemicals in it. It sounds like a good way to get 2 abscesses. He was playing with a handgun. He was like flipping it in the air and saying, like, he was trying to recreate the scene in Snake Eater, Metal Gear Solid Snake Eater, when Otacon was doing his gun flipping stuff. And he just blew off a part of his cheek. Didn't realize the second one was there until I got out of the hospital, but it's not infected. Damn, how does that get missed? I suppose you don't want to be staring at someone's cheeks all that much, right? It's a pinned array. That's what we're looking for. And the server sim still needs to happen. Oh, that's right. Okay. This is making sense. Okay. This goes back on resource simulation. So we go back on server. All right. Oh, that's right. Hey, are you okay?
Yeah, I'm just grabbing the Switch. We're getting ready to go.
Oh, can I have a goodbye hug? Did you do good in class?
Yeah.
Yeah?
I did a news quiz. And I tried to do the math.
Any interesting news?
Well, before Thanksgiving, thankfully, the shutdown stopped.
Oh, the government shutdown? Yeah. Yeah.
And also, for the first time, little red pandas got to see snow.
Oh. The firefoxes? Oh, sorry. That's another term for a red panda.
I guess.
It is. Well, when you come back, we'll look at the Enigma, the code thing.
Yeah.
And then we'll look at we'll do that multiplication stuff that you're talking about.
When I started decoding it, everything I was writing was just plain gibberish.
Okay.
So I knew I was picking it wrong.
We'll start with the smaller combinations of letters first, and then go from there.
Okay.
If it's a simple cipher, so we'll see.
I don't know. Seems like it's not.
It's right against my pelvic bone, and my doctor has large fingers. I understand. Yesterday's doctor's appointment was painful. So eventually this can be dynamic. Network packet, packed byte array. This is going to return the network packet. So then we go byte packer, sim packet, blacksmithing, network packet. Okay. So there's our blacksmithing packet. So then on the return side, when we decode, we are going to decode this packet. And then we are going to process it in simulation. So render, nope, that's the wrong thing. Resource simulation. That's the data structure. I gotta start doing shout outs again here. I'm not doing a very good job on my shout outs. Stu Johnson. I wonder, is this gonna work? Did it do it? No. I officially broke my my thing. We'll get it fixed. Shout out to Johnson. Got let me get it fixed really quick because we need to be able to. Oh, Lunesta, are you there? What are some classic games that we played? Oh, I mean, there's Smash Bros. Melee. That was a staple. That was the shit. The shit and caboodle. The whole shit and caboodle. Triggers. And I think we broke it here. These ones. This is what did it. Did we do it? I'm guessing something is borked on the OBS side, and we're going to have to close the reopen OBS to fix this at all. So we're not going to do that right now. Can we trick it, though? Trick it. It takes two to make a thing go right. It takes two to make it out of sight. It takes two. Hey, that fixed it. Now I wonder, can we try this again? Let me reset. Let's try and share a link. https://cornhub.com. Nope. Okay, didn't like that. Let me try Johnson again here for Cornhub. Nope, didn't work. So reset. Do we have one for Justin? No. Oh, no, see, it breaks. So I have to trick it again. I just straight up break it when I do that. All right. Should be working now. Go ahead and close this. Exit. Okay. Cornhub isn't loading, by the way. Oh, guys, I'm sorry. It's a farming thing. Farmers post pictures and videos of corn, and then it's all ranked and commented, and it's all like, yeah, I'd love to shuck that. Only farms. Only farms. Oh, shit. Render packet. Okay. A life sim always needs farming and fishing. Life sims always need a farming and fishing. Hell yeah. I heard someone, I swear I heard someone trying to open our main door while I was pooping like twice. Everyone is home and his door is locked. I looked out the people, not nice and clean, ready to defend. And the movement sensors had been triggered. Do you have recordings you can reference? What happened to my wife in our old home in California when she was breastfeeding our daughter? Someone tried to open the door twice, like a couple of times. I was in the garage, which was outside of, like, it wasn't connected to the house. You have to go outside to go into the garage. And she texted me, and I like jumped out of there and couldn't see who it was. But we're in the kind of it was in the kind of neighborhood where that just doesn't happen. But it was all no recordings. Live in an apartment with one neighbor. Weird. Sometimes it's the wrong, like we suspected that the person thought they were at a friend's house and they weren't, because it's all where we lived. It's all track housing, and so it all kind of looks the same. But you don't know because, like, apparently the person was whispering as they were trying to open the door. Which was what made it really odd. But you got the wackadoos that just all of a sudden you got a guy sleeping on your couch. Like, I mean, you never know. You could end up having who's the guy who plays Iron Man? You could walk into your house one day and have the guy who plays Iron Man sleeping on your couch. I was once doing laundry and mindlessly wandered into the wrong apartment on my way back. Sprinted out of there. Hell yeah, Purelin, we're going to get the farming and fishing going. We one time got a hotel room key, and when we opened the door, somebody was already in the room. That didn't make us feel good about spending the night there. And I remember shoving shoving a chair up against the door. And I'll never think about hotel security the same way ever again after that. Yeah, freaked. It's just like, man, how do you, I don't even know how you screw that up. Like their fob system, that should be impossible. It's like, no, there's already a fob out for this. Like, there's somebody in this room. This is their name. This is their checkout time. They were nice and got it all fixed, but it was interesting. Yeah, it's just like your whole sense of like trust. You can't get it back after that, you know? You're like, Jesus, guys. I deadbolt my hotel rooms. Yeah. Don't need the maid walking in while I'm flogging my Molly. That's why you have to be really loud when you're doing it. That's a just have to be very vocal. I had this once too. I was in a bungalow and it had a closet in the hallway, and in the middle of the night, it started knocking on the door somewhere. I swear it was this closet. Maybe it used to be a Jack and Jill kind of thing. Got to be really loud so they know not to come in. It's your own fault if you don't. Exactly. You got to put on the thing on the TV really loud, and then you yourself have to be very expressive and loud, and then And then that's how they know not to come in. I thought everyone did it that way. Was it? Is that not how that works? Got to airplay it on the TV. Max volume. So if I squeeze a packed bite array in there, what I want to do is get the last range. It's a packed byte array already, so I just need to give a slice. Starting at size and ending at size plus 2. This is all magic numbers right now. Render packet. Are you going? You gonna be good and listen to Mama?
Yes.
Yes. You got marker all over your face. Oh, and a big burp. How'd you get marker all over you? Hmm?
I don't see any marker.
You don't see any marker on your face right now. No marker.
No.
I'm not gonna let you go. I'm not gonna let you go. No, I'm not gonna let you go. I'm not gonna let you go. I'm not gonna let you go.
Did that? Do that thing to first.
It's this. This is what. Here's your sound.
Oh.
Okay.
Sorry.
Gotta go. Have fun. Stay warm. Okay. Bye-bye. Hang on a second, guys. Okay, guys, what am I getting? A pesto chicken pasta, or am I doing the beef and bean burrito? Which am I getting? Do pesto? Okay. All right, we're back. Brings us full circle to our writing discussion from earlier. The maid comes in. I don't think the line read from the next door neighbor pizza man was very realistic. You should do some. Is that in reference to the dirty movie that the person's watching? All right. I'll hide the camera so you guys don't see me masticating. So this might just work. If we got everything right. Oh, we haven't done the byte packer. The work on the byte packer. Inverse lerp. No, we do have the inverse lerp. Oh, okay. No, so we're good. We take an integer and we put out a float. So let's see if this works. Start a server. Connect to a server. And we shit the bed. Render, line 93. Render packet. Oh, we have to size the packet. I think we can do that at the beginning of all this. I'm not sure what clear does. Okay, so our errors are going away. Now can we render? $93 renderer. Invalid access to property or key blacksmithing. It's because it's not from SimPacket, it's from SimPacket Sim, which is redundant. Is it just blacksmith? Okay, let's find out if this sucker is going to work. Okay, we're both in. And now I pick up and I put in. I pick up and I put in. Negative Ghost Rider. So it's something about the slice. So how do we get begin and end? Let's see what slice does exactly. Begin inclusive. Oh, you know what? We're not sized right anyways anymore. No, we are sized to like a really big thing, right? Mm-hmm. Oh, append array. Do we set where? No, because it's append. Let's double check. Appends the packed byte array at the end of this array. Mm-hmm. Okay, we are sending. Okay, so why are we getting back junk when we try and slice it back? Value slice. We don't know the size of the Now we're saying it's a packed byte array, but what do we get when we slice? A packed byte array. Correct. Yeah. So we're equally nonsense here. We go through, pick it up, put it in. Okay, so something about the decoding of this on the other end is what's wonky. So okay, let's try. Well, if we get a slice, here's everything. So then if we go here and we feed the ovens, feed the birds, tuppence, 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 bag. Tuppence a bag. Feed the birds. Tacos a bag. It's weird because for sure, I mean, like this right here is a thing. Oh yeah, Cricket is. I know. I know it's a thing. But like if I print out that and I go like this, I get the numbers I need. I get them. You can see the one going up and it'll reach 256 when it's peaked out. So if I keep putting wood in here, that number will say 256. Now, supposedly we're appending this. Oh, bros, I know why. I know why. I know why. We need to insert it, not append it. Insert value. Oh, shit. Now it's expecting an integer. And I was trying to make this easy on myself. We'll be okay. Insert var. Can we just get an integer value that represents the packed byte array? Oh, Greg, were you here when we discovered there's a... Oh, maybe you weren't in the conversations I had with my friend. Never mind. I was talking to my buddy about the tank thing, and he's like, you know what it needs is hot anime chicks. And I was like, you know, I don't think you're wrong. But then we found out that there's an anime chick tank game. Because we were thinking about calling it Tank Girls. And then it was like, oh, there's already a game called Tank Girls. But the girls are the tanks. Well, if we're going to add this, we can just cheat for now. Here's how we can get it real easy. That should get us what we want. So let's try again. And we're going to go in here. And then you're going to go in there. And then okay. So it was still not right. But maybe something else is busted. Oh. This is size plus 2. Can we print the size of the value? Why is it growing? Bro, what? That doesn't make any sense. Number of elements in the array. That should be static. Oh, but we keep appending. So if I stop appending, then it's going to stop growing. Oh boy. Learning are we? Learning are we? Hmm?
Oh, ho, ho, ho. Thought you could pack bites, could you? Hmm? You won't be. You won't be.
Oh, man. So we already have a size. But we can't append. This is what's weird. What if we did insert is an int? Nathir, how's it going? Encode. Resize, remove that. We have encode var. Sufficient space must be allocated. Well, we could try encode var. But what does decode var look like? Because we'd have to know something about it, right? Decode var. No, that's going to add a bunch of fluff that we don't want. So really we're looking at, we want to iterate on each element of the array and insert. All right, we're going to go to nuclear on this. The easiest way to solve this is to clear and resize every single time. And we don't know, we don't have a way of calculating our necessary size. But what we could do is get our count. Okay, we have a couple of options here, but I don't care about that right now. We know that we can do this. We know that it's going to be size. Okay, go like this, slice, size. Okay, so now we should be able to get the number. This is the easiest way to get this going. So we go in here, and we put some stuff in. And we got some shit on the debugger, and it's here. Render packet. Yeah. Okay, that's good. That's good. Print. Sim. Blacksmith. Give us some real numbers. Jack shit. Jack shit. $496. Oh, we're not appending. $498. Good. I am not. I have not seen Army of Darkness. We got it. It's alive. It's alive. The numbers are wrong, though. Les numbers are wrong. Got to figure out why that is. But we have something. We have something now. Okay. Is Army of Darkness the second one? I got chills. They're oven plying. Okay, we seem to be double on the bottom. Are we backwards? Am I doing this backwards? Boom chicka doom, boom chicka boom, boom chicka boom, boom. I got chills. They're multiplying. I bet the packets are wrong. It's electrifying. So our math is wrong. Our maths is wrong. Our maths is terribly wrong. What's wrong about our maths? Min, max. Our maths. Decode. Oh. You guys see the problem? Because I see it. We'll be able to fix it. I got chills. They're multiplying. And I'm loose. In control. It's electrifying. You're the one that I want. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Honey. The one I need. So if we multiply by max. I got chills. They're max applying. And I'm losing control. It's electrifying. Cricket's just losing his mind right now. Losing his mind. Let me turn the camera back on. There was Evil Dead 1, then the comedy horror remake is Evil Dead 2, and then Army of Darkness, the small subtext Evil Dead. Oh, that's right. They lost the rights to something, right? So they had to change something. Then didn't they get screwed somehow? And then they had to, like, one's a prequel or something. It takes place before another one, but they can't say that. It's electrifying. And I'm losing control. Okay, let's think about this. We have a number, a value, a scoobity-bop-bow. The value is going to be lerping from min to max value. Needs to be between 0 and 1. So what we want to do is divide value by this U8 int. And then the same here. That's what we want to do. Divide by U16 int and divide by, that's the missing link. It's the missing link. Let's try it again. I got chills. Electrifying. We end up with jack shit. Value is an integer. Trying to divide a float by 2 ints by an int. That ain't gonna do anything. But if we turn one of them into a float, we should get something that's valuable. Integer division. So we need to, this needs to be a float. It's electrifying. Do. You know what? Boop, boop, boop. $256. Min and max. Now, if we multiply this number by max, PIMDAS says parentheses exponents, multiplication, and division. So multiplication would happen first. We don't want that. So we have to put it in parentheses. So we go like this. Be something like that. Oops. Max. And I'm losing control. It's electrifying. I think we got it. Nope. Does it need to be on the other side? Break on through. Okay, so our initial number is wrong. Oh, do you think that we need to be... This is 0. This is U8 int. Now that should be a number between 1 and... Okay, so now we're a number that we can multiply by max. So we still have to... This isn't completely right because... Okay, so here we should see a reflection correctly of the same value. Or roughly the same, it seems. And weirdly, we're not falling as fast. Look at that. Why was the drop off so dramatic? Why are we so high? That's correct. We seemingly have the right numbers now, but we're not showing it proper. Why is that? So we have the right numbers. Oven temp. Should be getting a float back. We're printing those values. These are the values. And yet. Now this could be something to do with server sim. So if we run this on server sim, specifically after we adjust values, and we only run it on server sim, and then we only render it on render packet. And something else is taking over here for the value. Some other thing is setting it. So we should, anything that says main UI, we need to clear. Like this. So this stuff is wrong. Because this is still part of the sim stuff. Let's try it again. Okay, we have an understanding now. Something else is setting it. Right here. There we go. Yeah, we got it. And now we can lerp it. If we want to get fancy, we can lerp the number so it looks smooth. And it'll seem like it's in sync to everybody. We're always lying to the players. Keep in mind that we're lying with the netcode. Oh, we didn't connect. My bad. It's an honest lie. It's a lie of omission. Oops. Okay. So the important thing here is that anything that sets or changes this value can only happen from the server sim side. So we have a function we can override that does that. And then everything else. What, that we lie to the player? Always lying to the player. Cricket Games. We lie to you. A name you can't trust. And a game that plays like shit. It's Cricket Games. The seal of unquality. You have to lie. Always need to lie. Lie to your players. Okay. Just always tell them this game was made in. That's okay. I'm going to say it. This game was made in X number of days as a marketing gimmick. It's probably happened where it was really worked on for a longer period of time. But as part of the thing, this is like, this game was made in 3 days. I don't know. You think anyone's done that before? Or maybe like seriously fudge the truth with that? God, this rest of this food is just not looking good to me right now. This game was made in 3 days, and my wife birthed me my first son for this game. Yep. Would you guys kill me if I did do, like, if I did work on the tactics thing, like maybe at nights when I stream, when I got like because I can only put in like an hour at night. Would you guys kill me if I did that? I'll be right back. I'm gonna go get my iron mallet and smash this mother down. I'll be right back. The whole house falls down. Ah! You just hear screaming. That was a supportive beam! All right. Sorry, you guys aren't going to see much. Damn, look at those fucking guns, everybody. The cricket guns. All right. Me. And my boobs, the cricket boobs. The cricket tits. Ah. Come on. Come on, you piece of shit. Ah! There we go. Finally. I can sit the way God intended. The white bar of doom is gone. Fuck. Ah. Okay. By Grabthar's hammer, you shall be avenged. By Grabthar's hammer. What did they used to say? We are aliens. We thank you. So process client input. Let's do a search for that. We're almost there, boys. We're getting this pattern figured out. And then once we have something roughed out with this, let's try and do one of the next crafting things. We'll just come up with something for it. Prefixed underscore prefixed variables are private. There are no private variables in GDScript and Godot, but you can do prefixing to help you think of them as private, or ones that you know are only going to be changed inside of the functions of that class or the methods of that class. But technically, there's no private functions and there's no private scopes in Godot. At least if you're using GDScript. If you're using C# and all that, you'll still have access to all that stuff. Okay, so I need to turn on the fan. I'm cooking. Look at this. I seem so professional now. We should see if we can put in a background remover thing. I need to get a green screen pull downs thing now. That'll be the next thing. Or actually, you know what we could do is I could have my wife We could just tape. We could get really super, because I'm low budget. Quality, but low budget. Cricket Games. Quality, low budget. But not really crappy. Almost. Almost, but not quite crappy. Zone. On Player Sim, we do this. Process the inputs. So we still want to do all of this stuff, but we don't want to do the actual variable changes. So if there's any states that we're managing or anything, we would do that here. But we wouldn't do any changes. Like right here, we're doing a change to the fuel. And this is really so this would happen on the server side. So let's think about this. If we've added fuel to the fire, we didn't start the fire. And really, it's just a setter for the UI. This is all local state except for this. I do shout out to Justin Helps. But yeah, like I was saying, once we have once we have this pattern worked out for blacksmithing, then we can push it forward to other things as well. Now we could do setters for this stuff where we say set fuel or add fuel unit. And then if we did that, then on the setter, we could check to see if we're the server or not. And these inputs would process on the server and the client. So that's one way to do this. Okay. So if we're not server, let me do an early return. And then up here, we call server add fuel. I don't know what it's complaining about right there. It should be fine. It is. Okay. So now in theory, we still can add fuel. Whoops, that's a jump button. Okay. But the player should be able to, the other player, the other client should be able to add fuel too. Oops, we forgot to connect. Or did we? Now suddenly our inputs aren't doing anything on the... Did I mess this up? There we go. Okay, so this is the client. This is the server. So now as a client, I'm going to try and put in some fuel. And we are. Okay. So now let's lerp. Let's lerp this number so that it has the same scaling thing that the other one does. So now if we create a tween, okay. Sorry, I'm getting distracted. All right. How do we bind? Do we do? Hadouken! 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 Chicken. Okay. If we tween the method. Bless you times two, Chukin. Okay, so this should tween it. Yeah. It's wigging out because most likely something is still setting it elsewhere. Yeah, right here. Okay. We're getting there. So physics process. Both of these can go out. And these can get processed on server sim. Which it looks like we moved all of this here already. And then forgot to get rid of it. Yeah. Okay. So that goes away. There we go. Nice and clean. Look at that. Looks pretty much the same, right? Anyone want to guess how long I was on the phone with AT&T to get a fee waived? 3 days? If we go back to the beginning, no, it was 5 hours. I went to insurance, went to AT&T, back and back and back. Manager, CEO manager, call center, AT&T manager. That's how they say. I wonder, how big was the fee? At what point? See, this is the thing that I used to do. I would write a system that would calculate, like, how much time has been spent on this thing. $400. So they were fighting for it, and they were putting you on hold a bunch, right? They were trying to keep that fee. It's implicit in the system. Now, whether or not they realize that they've trained people to behave that way is another thing. But likely, yeah, they've done the math and they're like, if we do this, we can ensure that, yeah, 40 minutes on hold times 2. Yeah. So they make a policy that works a way that can ensure that they know some drop off of people trying to get that money and that'll quit. See, that's a game pretty soon. If we ever do get our own AI assistants, a lot of this shit's just going to stop. The jig is up. All right. Now, I need some way of getting this up there. I'll be right back, guys. I'm going to try and find a way to hook this up there. Some sort of hooker thing. Some sort of hooker. Be right back. The hooker. The hooker. The hooker has the money. Okay, lighting is back to the way it was. We're looking good. I look really professional, guys. It's like I've been doing this for years. Okay. So now we can come in here and I can grab stuff and I can put it in here, right? Yep. Look at that. So that's multiplayer stoves, baby. All right. So let's get the rest of this stuff going. So my dad and me got a copy of GTA 3 for the PS2 when I was a kid, and me and my friend were playing it upstairs. And yay! Yeah, we did it. So, hey, look at this. We're in here together. We're in this love together. Hang on, can we get real close for a smooch? Now, Keith. Hang on. Look at the accuracy, guys. It's pixel perfect. My friend, okay, so my dad got me a copy of GTA 3 for the PS2 when I was a kid. Me and my friend were playing upstairs, and my friend starts shouting, pick up the hooker, and my mom comes upstairs. If this game has hookers, you shouldn't be playing it. But mom. It was years before I played GTA again. Dang, that sucks. Your dad's like, I gotta confiscate this. Son, I can't believe this game has hookers in it. My goodness. Let me have that. I'm just driving her home, trying to make sure she's safe. The only game my dad ever played was actually Army Sarge's Heroes on the N64. That's the first game that my mom got decent at, actually, that was like a modern game. My nephews insisted that she played it. And one of my nephews would spawn camper, and she'd never get to do anything. And he just thought it was so much fun. So she just willingly played because it made him so happy. Well, we finally pushed through this. What is it that we pushed through? Well, this is as big of an accomplishment, in my opinion, as the original input synchronization. Because what this means, and it's real rough, but what this means is that we have a pattern for building interactable things that all the players can engage in. Is this a good design? I don't know. If you can invite strangers into your game, they can theoretically go to your oven and start using it. If you're using it, they can go in and fuck with it. So maybe that's not the best thing in the world. Do we introduce the idea of a global blacksmithing area and a private blacksmithing area to fix that problem if somebody doesn't like that? Sure. I don't really see a problem with that. Is it fun to have an entire system of blacksmithing that you can do on your own and have somebody join in and help? I think that's more fun than being cut off from other people and not being able to join in. For instance, with Fantasy Life, the multiplayer component is strictly a combat-only thing. So you cannot do any of the life sim elements in Fantasy Life when you're playing multiplayer, which is, I believe, one of the number one complaints lobbed at the game with regards to multiplayer. And I get why that is. And I also don't understand it at the same time. So now what we want to do is figure out the concept of an ingot. So fuel can come from any of our inventories and we place it into the fire. Or is fuel some other thing? Do we load fuel in to a pile as a player, and then that's more of a global thing that everyone can grab from? Do we completely get rid of the idea of fuel and it only is about heat management? I'm not sure. But what I think we do want to do is make it so that your ingot stuff is on your person. It is yours to manage, and therefore is not something that is taken care of on the server side necessarily. I think that's fair. So I think what we'll do is you know what? What's to stop me from doing this? I know there's style guidelines and everything, but if I know that I'm declaring... Hang on a second. Let me explain. I think I'm going to start doing this. Code style guidelines be damned. It's my style, baby. I don't want to have to constantly redeclare this value, these two values, right? I use them to tween between these 2 points when I'm calling this method repeatedly. And they're only used inside of here, but I don't want to redeclare them every single time I fire this off. Is it so bad that I do this? I mean, I could even append them with the name of the function. Or I could say func. Right? Like they're for the function. I don't know. You know what I mean, though? You guys know what I mean? Is that really bad? Is it that bad? I don't know. Render fuel previous. We'll do that. It's at least specific enough that we know that it's for this area. Okay. Collab oven. What I was considering doing today was getting my laptop going and getting a build of the game where I can connect the client from the laptop to this computer and try actually running it across a network and see what it's like. I just don't know how to open ports on this thing. Let me see here. So are we using UFW? Yes, we are. Okay. So it should be easy to open ports on this thing. Give me a moment. I'm going to go grab my laptop and the power cable for it. I'll be right back. We're going to try this. Uncomplicated firewall is what it means. It's a command line firewall for it's a firewall that has a CLI for Linux. Yeah, it's the kind of thing you use once and just completely forget about it. Okay, this does mean that I'm going to need to commit all my changes and pull them down onto the laptop too. So we'll do that. It also means I think I gotta do the firewall on both ends, maybe. Okay. So let's go ahead and commit what we got. And we're going to say that we have first pass at networked blacksmithing. Okay. Now, obviously, the blacksmithing is a prototype, and like what it's actually going to look like is going to be better, right? Picking stuff up, putting stuff away, etc., so on. Let's go ahead and pull it down. Okay, and this is going to be kind of a while to pull it down because I think I have a few major uploads and stuff for it. Nope, that was easy. Okay, so that's taken care of. Now, let's go ahead and open up Godot on the laptop. I don't have a way to show this to you guys. Actually, I do. I do have a way. I can use the game sharing screen thingy for you guys. We can do it that way. Let me just get everything set up first. So this is on some really shitty Wi-Fi. So this will be a good way to find out. And on Power over Ethernet. So we'll be able to hit QoS probably immediately. Meaning everything's going to be broken right off the bat. Okay. What ports are we using for the server? Let's find out. I believe this would be in networking. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 5. Easy enough. Okay. So, how do we open up? Now, this is technically a UDP port. Can we... Okay, so the command is sudo ufw allow 1235 /UDP. And then I guess I should type in the, just to be safe. I know it's not going to show it, but you never know. Okay, rule's been added. Can we run the game here? Yes, we can. Ooh. That's, something's not right. Hang on. I'm gonna... Give me a second. Looks like it's behind. You have unstaged changes. Bullshit. Oh my, I do. Okay, let me get rid of all that. This will be good to see also the okay. This will be good to see the higher, because we got this crazy graphics things going on. I haven't even tried this on the laptop to see how it looks. So this will be good. All right, gonna plug the controller into the laptop. And then once I'm sure that I've got everything updated and everything, I'll get it running on the stream for us. Okay. Still, something is wrong because we do not have... Oh, I didn't commit world. Moved blacksmith door. Okay. Unstaged changes again. Why is it changing? Okay. Let's go back. Godot. All right. Okay. The one thing I do have to do is edit the server config to so network. We need to change this one to connect to my IP over on this box, and therefore, oh, just that really. Oh, shit. You know what I have to do too? I have to re-import a bunch of stuff. I think the doors. Okay. Game is running. Gonna move to the door. Open it. No, it looks good. It's running smooth as hell too. Sweet. Okay. That's good. Got all our fancy volumetrics and stuff. We are shitting the bed though. Once again, it keeps changing. Let me see if I can get the game screen on here for you guys. I gotta close some stuff. I realize I'm gonna dock some things if I'm not careful because it's my laptop. All right. Let me plug this in for you so you guys can see it. It's gonna be very small though. Go like this. Plug it in over here. Okay. No. Oh shit. It's not gonna mirror it though. Because I'm on our Marchi. So even if I go over to game capture, for instance. Camera 1. Yeah. Shit. Since we both have LLCs now, want to merge with me in a corporate sense? Just become corporate buddies. There's the thing. Dude, I am not asking anything to import right now. Stop. Dude, I don't know what Godot is doing right now, but it's acting weird on this thing. Like, it keeps wanting to import stuff. I might have to do a fresh... Maybe if I delete the import folder. But that'll make everything take forever. I think that's what we're going to do. Okay, I deleted the import folder. Now it's going to take an ass long to open. Trifold Monopoly. Dude, that way we can just do press releases all the time. If we just keep creating companies and then merging them together, they're going to think that it's like some major company. Be like, ah, so-and-so whatever merges with such and such. Okay, while that's going, I'm going to go ahead and get the port stuff opened up that we need. And then I can get my IP of the server on the network. So it's just IP. And so loop back. There we go. ZSIIP. Hidden away. Hidden away. Let's go ahead and type that in. Okay, we're all set to do this. We just got to let the import finish, which is going to take who knows how long. Who knows how long. And maybe I could look up how to mirror screens. Marchy mirror display. It's the infinite money trick. It's at 11%, boys. Well, we'll let that go. I think this is going to be very critical to test this because I have developed no QoS for netcode yet. So the plan would be to... Everybody is borrowing and lending the money, which means that it has to end sooner or later. Someone's cooking the books. Better than booking the cooks? Book 'em, boys. Slater, how's it going? Go back over here. Book 'em. Book 'em. Well, once again, we only need one of the last 20 input packets to reach the server in time, which means we just need one packet. Let's do a ping. Let's do a ping to our server right now. What will be the server? And let's look at the time that it takes for that trusty old ping. Yeah, we'll be fine. Based on the ping times that I'm seeing here, it's jumping around a lot, but because we're getting as high as 276. So, a quarter of a second. But some of them are lower than that. All it takes is for one of those packets to be lower than that every time there is this range of a quarter of a second, which it seems like it's doing, that the inputs will be reconstructed perfectly. FHS 1000, how's it going? You have a flu? Oh, that sucks. So I'm re-importing here, so I'm sorry, but we're stuck waiting for this. It's at 14% right now. And it's quite the amount of things to re-import, unfortunately. And my import scripts are pretty intense as well. So please forgive me. Please forgive me. I ate some Taco Bell. All right. 17%. So what I'll do is I'll just continue to work on some of this. We were talking about the ingot stuff, so we can get that going again. And we actually have a bunch of things that we need to change about the blacksmithing things in general, with terms of the multiple cameras, and also the sort of global cam situation. So we have this main camera idea. I guess what we could do is you're lucky to teach your kids at home. I was visiting my friends that have a kid in a preschool. The kid had a cold and was all right one day later and was dying for more than a week. And I was dying for more than a week. Oh, you got a kid cold from them? The only thing that sucks is we live in an area where a lot of people are sort of, well, not a lot, but enough to be a problem, are against like vaccinations and stuff. And some people even do like flu parties and things like that. So it's hard to find peers that, when you homeschool, it's hard to find peers that everyone, it feels like a lot of people are doing it for crazy reasons. I don't know how else to put it. For me, I wanted her to learn a very specific way. There was a pedagogy that I had in mind that would not happen in public. And so I wanted that. And I made sure that that happened. However, some people, it's religious, anti-government, and then also weird earthly, like there's left-leaning reasons to do it, and then there's right-leaning reasons to do it for some people. And on the left, it's like, it's sometimes it's the same. Sometimes the anti-vax crowd is on both sides of the political spectrum. There was a point in time when it was very clearly that, till COVID came around. It's very hard to find people that are in the center. And well, not even that. It's not even about the center. It's more about just people that, I just wanted, it's funny because it's like, oh, parents need to be more responsible for their child's education. And then it's like, okay, well, I'll homeschool them. And then it's like, no, not like that. So there's that crowd where it's like, blame the parents when the kids are failing public. But then if the parents are like, we want to do it ourselves. And sometimes that same crowd is like, no, ladies and gentlemen, Oasis. I never know the words to any songs that I love, guys. I just don't. But don't look back in anger, I heard you say. No, I'm not. I'm not at all. They got robbed, man. All right. But yeah, it sucks to find people that are like, oh, let's do like learning events together or whatever. That kind of thing. where it's not like, I don't know. Like, I mean, I'll be honest, I can't even get anybody to be behind the pedagogy that I like. So, like, that's a whole different problem. But, like, I don't know. The best example I can think is with reading, where you go to the public library and they're like pre-K stuff, and they're all about the alphabet and letter names. And I'm just like, no, like, this is all wrong. I don't even want my kid to hear any of it. Like, let's teach children the names of letters with capital letters, so that we can have to unteach all that when we try to teach them phonics, if we even teach phonics, which, like, only recently is coming back. No. It might be out of sync. My stream's been really messed up this River Phonics. But yeah, they stopped teaching reading phonetically, and it was just like contextual. And an entire generation of students struggled with reading as a result of it. There's a whole podcast called Sold a Story. And it's about how they moved away from phonetic teaching phonics for reading, and went to this like way of using key, like, context clues and all kinds of stuff to teach reading. It is terrible, yeah. But to move away from phonics is even worse than not teaching it, or than teaching it. English is a terrible first language for reading. Because there's so much about it that's like, well, but in this case, no, I don't disagree with that. So it's already hard enough. It's already hard enough, but then you get a children's book and it's like A is for, and then it's not even the phonetic sound for A, right? It's like A is for some sound that A doesn't normally make. It's like, oh, okay, cool. Thanks, guys. But it's B is for bees. Yeah, exactly. B. That's the other thing, like focusing on letter sounds and not adding an additional like sound to it is like also really important. I mean, I'm a weirdo who's like, the font matters. Like, there's so many things about teaching kids to read that's so critical. And like, you look at a book, you're trying to teach them reading and writing at the same age, basically, right? And then a book will have that crazy looking A that's like this arch thing, and it has an additional, like, this thing. It's like they're trying to learn to write, but at the same time, so you're going to tell a kid, and this is the part where there's just like this cognitive dissonance when you try to explain this to people. Write an A like this. Read an A like this. It's stuff like that. where it just like there's like very little thought put into introducing these things. And we could streamline so much of this learning if we just avoid certain things, because it's easier to grep those things later on once you know the thing based on exposure and repetition. Yeah, but it's also enormous setbacks. Wait, are we cooking or on optimizing teaching? Yeah, it's like these like micro setbacks that you might not even realize are happening. And then the other problem with examining whether somebody knows how to read is, and this, I talked to a parent about this because their son fell behind in reading pretty significantly, and he was faking it basically because he was memorizing the words, not the act of reading. So he was skipping to sight reading without understanding how to read sounds or to make sounds to understand a word. And so the only way he was able to read anything is if he literally memorized every single word as a construction of letters and that's how he was learning to read. But you couldn't put a new, he's going to have a superpower. So then he falls behind, right? Because the reading requirements get more complicated and suddenly the vocabulary explodes and all that kind of stuff. And there's no way to get context clues. Like it's all messed up. The way that they teach, I think they're starting to go back to phonics. Anyways, I cheated my way through school. Mathematics is worse about that too, because you can get through math by memorization and not understanding very far. And then when it's caught, it's sometimes it's just too late. Like the person's going to get frustrated and they're going to start failing and all kinds of stuff. But I just remade it. That's my math. That was my math journey really too. Yeah, same. Any multiple choice test I would score really high on. But not because I knew the material, but because I could deduce a lot about it. Pre-calc. Yeah, I think calc is where it all came apart for me. Anyways, I mean, it's funny to say all that and be like, I'm an idiot and I'm going to teach my kid. But do you guys remember your teachers? Does anyone remember their teachers? Yeah. But I am doing, like right now with my daughter, I am doing all of the math with her. Like any of the sort of materials that she's given, I do it along with her. And my wife is too. And it's really helpful to get refreshed on that stuff too. But yeah, one thing I've learned about, because I got certified in ages 3 to 6 for the type of teaching that I was doing. And one thing about teaching children is that they are so good at faking it, understanding. And so it's really important to be one-on-one with them. Don't do things in groups. Be one-on-one with them and observe them. Look at their face and their eyes and what they are looking at and doing. If you're not doing that, they can be guessing and all kinds of stuff and you will not realize it. But you need to look at what they're looking at and what they're doing and understand what's going on under the hood. Right. And also that's a way to gauge interest and understand that you need to change or adjust how you're presenting something because their interest is not there. And so maybe it's not a good time to present something, and maybe you should pull back on it immediately and move on to something else because they're just not interested. But that's a luxury that you can do with homeschooling that you can't do with traditional school because you're teaching in volume. Today is the day we are learning X, right? Today is the day that we're learning X. Good luck if you don't pay attention today because you're going to, blah, 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 blah. So being able to pivot like that is really helpful. I remember a few of them, especially the ones that the ones that I hated. Talking about Minecraft while teaching Python seems to be a good way to do it. Oh, like using that as like a reference. Yeah, I could see a Redstone introduction to electronics by using Redstone. Like Andor gates and all that kind of stuff. In my experience with my nephews that have been interested in coding, it shifts and it's hard to guide. Yeah, I feel like with programming, there's got to be a real desire. There's like an, I mean, it's just like with art. Like if you're not going to draw every day, that's on you and you're not going to get better at it. Right. And it's the same with programming and it's the same with learning a language or whatever. A lot of those things just require exposure and practice. Or just basic things like how many stacks can you get from the stuff that you have in your inventory? Right. And then bringing it back to computing. Why do you think it's that number? Why is base 2 important to computers? And yeah. But anyways, I don't have, listen, I mean, the one thing, and it's just like this with my opinions on programming and everything else. Just because I'm doing something some way doesn't mean I think any differently of you as a human being for choosing to do something a different way. It doesn't mean that like I think of anybody as lesser or greater should they choose a different route. I think the freedom to choose is really important. I think if anyone attacks that, that's the only time I really have a problem with certain things. But the ability to be able to pick is the most paramount thing in my opinion. But I think that it's easy right now with the black and white way of people seeing the world that it can get, you can hear somebody saying this and think that they think the lesser of somebody or whatever. Because I can see the benefit too in certain areas where it's like public's the way to go. Because of my career, because I'm low income, like 100 factors, it's like, yes, public is the only and the best way. But it's also why I get pretty mad at teachers for blaming parents for not, it's the parents' fault the child's falling behind. And at that point, I'm just like, look, you guys have these kids from 8:15 till 3:15 in the day. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, I'm sorry, but that's so much time. Like, what are you talking about? Anyways. So for in that, there are some things that I have some pretty heavy opinions on when it comes to that stuff. But I think blame the parents is typical. And I think blame the teacher is typical. I do think that one spends more time with the student than the other in terms of the time available to teach. I think you're asking parents to work from 8 in the morning to 5 p.m., come home around 6, They got to get their kids to bed by 7 or 8 so that they wake up and have a full time of sleep. What time are they going to have versus the time that you have in order to teach? So for that, I disagree fundamentally. Kids are in school so the parents could work, so they can pay the taxes so the kids can go in school, right? So it's interesting. I do think that I think things have been messed up in a way where I think mixed age learning is important. I think having an age range of 3 years difference in a group setting is probably extremely valuable and actually helpful to the adults that are teaching, to create leaders out of people, to allow growth in terms of like socially, because the only time you get the mixed age groups is when they're at lunch. I think it might help combat bullying too. But that's just not how it's done. It's all a factory model in the American public education. And the students, it's all widgets. You're just moving widgets down the supply chain. It's all the widgetization. For the ease of one, all for the ease of one in the room. But anyways, it's really hard to undo any of that. It's really hard to undo any of that. How's Wonderwall going? Yeah. I've also participated. I'll say this too. Here's the other thing I'll say. Is there's well, I mean, the whole thing's a system now. You have an entire industry of books, a model of teaching, the way schools are built, all of it designed around one way of learning. And so you can't really, like, if an area was like, hey, we're going to try a different approach, right? You got your standardized state tests that you have to meet and a bunch of stuff. And it's just like, you can't. Josh, how's it going? But I have been to talks where it's clearly some...
Shut up and take my money!
Like... Medusa, gifted sub to Josh. I'm not sure how to unpack the username. I'm not sure what order I'm supposed to say that in. By the way, if you do have a gifted sub, or if you have a sub in general, and your Discord account is linked to Twitch, there is a sub-only channel on my Discord. It's all just like private stuff. I share like pictures of what I'm doing with the kids or whatever. Anyways, I do think like so what I was saying is I have been to talks and there are some radical right-wing elements that are trying to tell people not to even participate in, like, for instance, in Idaho, if you homeschool, so the schools get per student, they get some X amount of money, right? And you can homeschool, but you're only going to get half of that, of what a school would get for that money. And in order to get that money, you have to be enrolled in the public system and all of the tests and everything involved in that. So it automatically forces you to start to teach a certain way sometimes, even though you don't want to. Whatever. But I have attended meetings where there's this entire radical movement, I would say, where they're like, don't even do that. That's one step towards control and all that kind of stuff. And I think that there's an interested party in that. And I don't know what it is. But I do think it's also important to go to those kinds of things and just see what people are saying. I disagreed with everything. I was there and I was just like, I disagree with like everything that's being said. But it was good to hear it said, and it was good to see where people were on this, some of this stuff. So anyways, but it was really interesting. It was like this radical, I would call it radical, just like, I would say it's no different than saying that everything should be state run, right? Just as extreme. Well, and I wouldn't say these were libertarians either. This was not, there was no libertarian arguments being presented. It wasn't, in my opinion, and the term wasn't even mentioned or anything like that. So, I mean, pure no feds. No. That's no. Well, no, I don't. Libertarian's not like, there's the capital L Libertarian Party, which has been taken over by a Mises Caucus, which is a Republican. It's like a Republican inception of the official Libertarian Party. But libertarianism isn't about no government. Only state no. I mean, for me, the closer to the actual libertarian, like people that fit under that more are, you know, see the problem. Yeah, I won't get into it. The problem is if you describe any political system, the thing is like any of them, you're going to have people that say they are, and nothing they say espouses to the actual sort of ideology, I guess, if you call it that. And I mean, the root of it is you know, under the ideas of like not the principles of non-aggression and the idea of commerce without coercion and stuff like that, right? And then therefore government becomes important for protecting property and things like that. I thought libertarians were only state government. They all have wavering connotations and definitions and words. I thought those were libertarians. I'm not sure what you mean. Librarians. But anyways, I mean, the thing is like you could easily go to a rally of people on, you know, oh, it's a Democratic rally, and then you go there, and it's like you'd have just the same anti-state people there too. We need to, you know, we got to burn it all down to remake it and blah, 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 blah. Right. And so it's like, whoa, no. But I think that the conflation with libertarianism is the removal of the authoritarian libertarian spectrum on the political map and making everything solely a left-right argument. And so it's about the use of the state, not whether it should be used. And so you can only see things, suddenly it starts to become less and less gray. I also don't think it matters, to be honest. I would say generally the main disagreement between people on the left and the right is the use of state power, not whether or not to use it. It's an argument solely on the use of force, and the application of law. As far as I see it should be this way and I should see it that way. But I think intentionally masking whether or not, like, how much is a shame. That's an exclusive concept to libertarians? No. But I would say they would favor less, right? Just like an authoritarian would favor more. So you can be left libertarian and right libertarian, and you can be left authoritarian and right authoritarian. That's what I'm saying. And because I think because they're grouped in with these particular sets of assholes, that the idea of even entertaining something like that is impossible to even have that conversation right now, because unfortunately there are just a group of dipshits out there that and this is true I think for everyone actually, is that they'll call for government for thee but not for me, and then you know, and then it flips for the it flips and it's government for me but not for thee. And that's where I think it gets gross. But anyways, here's Wonderwall. All right, let me get back to it. But again, the other thing that I'll say is, like, I do not, like, I've got friends in all the, you know, groups of thinking, and I think it's important to try to understand what's going on with people that you disagree with. A civil disagreement is, like, possible. Thanks, we're gonna lose. I just got into it with a friend over the ice stuff recently, and we're still friends. I completely disagree with him, but whatever. All right, we're at 50%. Let's go ahead and start doing the camera stuff that I was talking about. I want to experiment with this central camera here and nesting when we enter and when we exit the looking through the looking glass, as it were. So we have the room camera. So what we're going to do is go ahead and add, we have this new camera system here. So we have camera area 3D that we can throw in. And this is cool because you can just pop these in anywhere, and the behavior comes from them. So I'll go ahead and throw this in the middle. I really enjoyed those movies. What movies? Sorry, I might have been saying something and not even realized it. Oh, through the looking glass? I love the Alice in Wonderland books. I love them. It's interesting to think about, like, what's going on with them. because it is purely farcical, it feels like. But it's also like, you know, this very much feels like it's a commentary on like a child being surrounded by adults and trying to make sense of the adult world. And the stupid rules that the one thing that I dislike the most about no, they're a fast read. The one thing that really bothers me about any Alice in Wonderland interpretation where it's like a reimagining or whatever is it always goes with the mental and the Mad Hatter and insanity and all this bullshit. And like when I read the books, it's very clear to me that it's about, like, if you really think about things that adults do, some of them make it doesn't really make sense. It's just what we do. This is how things are. And that's always the way that it's kind of explained to kids in a lot of ways. You try to reason about something and you sound like a lunatic. When you're trying to explain like social norms and certain things where it's just like, you know, why do we do that? And it's like, well, you know, so that's a lot. That happens a lot in the book. And it's not like that in the reimaginings. It's always about like mental, like, oh, falling down the rabbit hole. And you know, that one song about Alice and blah, blah, blah. And it's always that kind of shit. And it's like, no. Like, and there's always some girl in a fucking straitjacket or some shit. It's like, no, it's about a little kid who's like, what is going on? You could easily have the rabbit hole be like a game, or I don't know. It could be whatever. Yeah. Well, it feels like there's just the one take, really. But yeah. We've watched a bunch of the movies. My daughter went on a binge a long time ago about the movies. So why is this not editable? There we go. But I'm with you. I like them. It's like, oh, what a strange and weird land I'm in. I'm Alice. My wife loves, there's a television broadcast of it that's got like Uncle Joey's in it. Or not Uncle Joey, Uncle Jesse's in it. And Ringo Starr is in it. And one of the guys from the Rat Pack is in it. And she loves it. I will say the other thing that sort of drives me mad that I wish we saw more of is any sort of consistency, that people live by some sort of axioms. Because oftentimes people just switch horses and they just follow, they kind of fall in line and they don't have any absolutes. And maybe it's a bad thing to do that, but I do think that people, especially when their guy wins, right? And you had your reasons why it was so important. I think it's important to write down what those reasons were. And then when it's over, to look back and say, did I still hold true to what I said was so important at this point in time? And if not, then it's like, okay, then you need to question this thing more. Like you gotta drive this more. Oh, he's in this he plays one of the sea creatures in this Alice in Wonderland TV show that my wife loves so much. It's from the 80s. Beau Bridges is in it. He's the unicorn. Beau Bridges dressed up like a unicorn. It's great. Who else is in it? The guy Christopher Lloyd is in it. Christopher Lloyd. A bunch of people. I'm not a fan of it. I think the music's awful, but she loves it. But it is both books. It's Alice in Wonderland and Through the Looking Glass. Yeah, Alice in Wonderland, Nightmare Before Christmas. Yeah, let me see if I can find it. Alice in Wonderland's 1980s. Here it is. American television film. It's on YouTube. Ben Kingsley is in it as well. He plays the hookah smoking caterpillar, I believe. Oh, no, that's the Rat Pack. That's, what's his name? Shoot, I can't think of his name. Whoopi Goldberg is in it. She's the Cheshire Cat. I'm trying to think of... No, that's a different one. Who's the Cheshire Cat in this one? I forget who the Cheshire Cat is. Anyways, here's the... USOB. You took it away from me. Here it is, supposedly. Carol Channing is in it. She's fucking the best part of the whole thing. She's absolutely... Lloyd Bridges. Lloyd Bridges is in it. Beau Bridges, John Stamos. Who else? Jane Meadows. Scott Baio, Ringo Starr, Roddy McDowall. Harvey Korman, Pat Morita. Morita. Ernest Borgnine. Yeah, he's in it. There's a lot of people in it. Apparently Merv Griffin is in it. If you're old, these names mean something to you. If you're not, it doesn't mean anything. All right. Okay, so this isn't working as I would have hoped. Oh, no, it probably is. No, it isn't. It isn't. It is not. What am I missing? I feel like there's one other thing I have to set up here. The collision space. Yeah. Okay, we've got to fix that. So we want to mask with player. There we go. And then we need to also define a look at. So we need to be able to say to look at the player as well. And we need to include the, so we've got room camera, oven camera. So we need to copy.
Shut up and take my money.
What the hell? Chess player, what's up? Unity prestigious not. You're now legally in. Yeah, you do have to. I mean, but it is. There's a monthly fee for Godot. I'll send you the PayPal link so that you can cover those costs. Dude. Okay, so we need to add some behavior for looking at. Yeah. Okay, so that changes, but we want to have a look at. So let's go ahead and look at our camera code here. Yeah, make it in a residential area in Idaho. Don't mind the address. Godot? I think it's based on the play. I'm not sure that it's waiting for Godot. I think it's waiting for Godot. So the Godot thing to me makes no sense. Although I do think that making a robot as their icon was a mistake, because I think people see that and they think, oh, like robot. It's a Godot. But I don't care either way. To each his own. I think the ambiguity is actually makes it more like, what is it called? And I think that's kind of interesting. Well, again, I think it's based off of a play called Waiting for Godot, and it's spelled Godot. But I could be wrong about how that's pronounced as well. But I've seen enough movies where they make fun of people who say Godot for when they're saying Waiting for Godot, that I believe it's Waiting for Godot. Is that really the reason? Yeah, I believe that's what, what's his name? Who's the guy? Who's the Argentinian dude? He's Argentinian, right? Mariano. Is he Argentinian? Juan? Is it Juan? What's his name? Who's the main guy? Yeah. Argentina mentioned. But I think the name is a clever reference to, like, it'll never be finished. And so that's because I believe in the play they're waiting for someone to show up and they never do. Again, I haven't seen the play. But I think that's what it's about. Let's see. Waiting for Godot. Hasn't even seen the play. Godot. Game engine. Waiting for Godot. Buenos Aires. Although he's there now. He wasn't originally from there, right? And it was originally a Game Boy. It was like a Game Boy DS engine, if I'm not mistaken, as well. The name Godot, it's right here in the Wikipedia. The name Godot was chosen in reference to Samuel Beckett's play Waiting for Godot, as it represents a never-ending wish of adding new features to the engine, which it'll get closer to an exhaustive product, even though it never would. So Waiting for Godot. Let's look up pronunciation. Waiting for Godot. Ah, here it is right here. Look at that. Godot. So the play that it's inspired by
Godot.
It says Godot.
Godot. Godot. Godot. Godot.
Should that be our message alert?
Godot. Godot.
Anytime there's a message in the chat?
Godot. 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 Godot.
Or Godot, which is worse. Godot is the way to go. Godot is awful.
Godot. 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 Godot.
That's Godot. Sorry, I'll stop. So yeah, Godot or Godot. But Godot is actually the furthest from the original way that the name was probably said. Is that French, Godot? Is that some pretentious French thing? Oh, yep. It's French. The original play is French. God damn it. All right. I gotta stop using this engine. This is awful, this news. I'm kidding. It's French. No! Oh, God. What is it? The meme, France exists, so you've chosen death. Oh, God. So you've chosen death. Oh, you disagree with me. So you've chosen death. They just come out, start fighting. All right, we'll do it. We'll throw that in there. %, guys. Jeez. You know what'd be wild is if I did all that and it still doesn't work. And this needs to be an export. All right, so we're just going to have a basic follow variable. Oh, dude. That could be... Well, we got to have me, right? We got to have like a guy who just goes off on stupid rants. And maybe, yeah, stupid rants, gets focused on really small, mundane details and explodes them into these big projects, right? So things like that. And, yeah, story. My dad was a farmer, therefore, got to do that. We can take every single inside joke that we've ever had in the chat. There's one you weren't here for, Medusa, which is... The formula for the inside joke was X is good, but Y is better Z is the best. And I feel bad because I think it's a good buddy in the chat that said it, but it was just funny at the time because it's all just like observational and it's like, okay, like, all right. It didn't really contribute to anything, but it was like an interesting, like it just took on a mind of its own. It was like something about like image editing software or something like that. Okay, so on ready, we're going to get the follow here. And then based on the follow, we're going to set up, so follow player or follow everyone. And then we can use this to determine who we're going to follow. Now, if a body enters, we can check. So there's two things. So if we're going to follow everyone, look at target, assign, look at simple, look at group, then it's an array. Okay, so two things need to change. We either are doing simple or group. If we're doing group, we're going to have an array that we're going to change. Look at mode is simple. So why not I guess we can just use this value. So we don't need this. Okay. So if we just look at our look at mode on the Phantom camera, then we can add some behavior here. So okay, so look at mode. Wanna H. What does that mean? Dude, this thing is busted. Let's quit and reload because our LSP is being screwy. 67 on the laptop. All right, so if it's group, keep it simple, stupid. Yeah. I do think there are a few I think premature optimization is the root of all evil is overused. And the whole like you shouldn't care about optimization until you need to generally should be contextualized. Target. If you're going to say that premature optimization is the root of all evil, if you're going to say that optimize when you need to, then you have to set what the minimum spec is that you're trying to target. Otherwise, it doesn't mean anything except for what your computer can do. So I think that's a mistake of not understanding. Like, it's like, oh, I've got a fucking Lamborghini and I'm going to do a benchmark of my game. It runs at, 60 frames. Look, 90 if I uncap it. It's like, well, congratulations. You have a really poorly performing game and you just don't know it. So that's my hot take on that. Step 1. Export your game to 1. So to web. 1. It starts with 1 taco. Ba-ba-ba-ba. Scooby-dooby-da. Ba-ba-da-ba-da. Scrubba-da-doobie-dee-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba. Taco Bell. That's what I like to eat. It's really yummy. Have you heard? So if look at mode does not equal Phantom Camera 3D look at mode group, and Phantom Camera 3D look at targets, and not has. You guys, I'll be right back. My German Shepherd's barking, and that usually means something bad is happening. I'll be right back. So if we do not has body, then we're going to add body to the array. Now, if we are look at mode and the body is exiting and look at targets has that body, we're going to get the body's position and remove it. Has, does array has on Godot return the index? Boolean is a true false value. So Phantom Camera 3D, look at targets, get or find. Find body. And then we're going to say var int index body index int equals Phantom Camera remove at body index. Okay, so when the body exits that area, we remove it, and when it enters it, we add it. Is this the camera API that can do cutscenes? Yes, yes. So we're just adding some behavior so that we can just plop these MFers in whenever we want. And we just sort of get cinematic behavior out of it. So if you're walking, if you're heading towards like stairs and then we want to bring the camera down and like show the thing as you're approaching it or whatever, we could do that. We could also set it up so that we could literally set it up. I don't have the code for it, but it's possible that when you enter that area that the camera automatically attaches to the player on a spring arm and then slowly does a crane move or something like that. We could even try and do something like, but we're not going to because of how we do the rooms, but You could use a system like this for doing the whole one-shot thing that happens in the God of War games. You could do anything with anything. Yep, that's the Todd quote from I'm sure it's an engineering quote. Yeah, we can do anything, we just can't do everything. So, like with anything, like with game design or whatever, we're like Todd. Just, I like saying the name Todd, okay? Leave me alone. So if the Phantom camera look at mode is follow, what's it called? Simple. And the body. Okay, so we can do this moving forward. Okay, so if the look at mode is none and the body does not equal the player, then we just return. So that's the first thing we can do. If it's group, we're going to add it to the group. And then if it's simple, ooh, 10-minute Tetris IO break. All right, let me get Tetrio going. All right, let's do this. Anybody can join. You don't have to create an account. You can come in as a guest. I'll wait for people to start coming in. Let me test this, see if it's working. There we go. First try, guys. All right. Medusa T, it's Cricket versus Medusa T. Battle of the Ages. Oh my God, you gotta be kidding me. Can I T-spin that in there, do you think? No. Okay. Let me fix this mess. This is embarrassing. We have new company here. Cricket. Brush this off in front of your face. Moron. I'm rusty right now. What's going on? Woo! Unity and C Sharp, so I kind of have a starting point. I've done C Sharp and Godot. I will say I'm not a fan of C Sharp personally. I like it and I don't. Rusty allows me to live 30 seconds longer. Anybody can join. Once again, link in the chat. I'm gonna go ahead and pin it for 10 minutes. I'm screwing up on such simple stuff. Like that. Oh. It's beginning to believe. He is. It's all right. It's all right. There's a few things that you have to be careful about. Now, Medusa, you are getting better. You're getting better. You feel it, right? It's coming. You feel it. Because I think you're getting better. I can tell. I feel it in my jellies. I hear it in the air. I smell it on your lips. Whoa! I eat it in your tacos. Sorry. All right, one more time. Nobody else is joining us. It's just me and you. Is going at it. No regrets. I'm so sorry, Medusa. Oh my god. I just kamehameha'd you into outer space. You're in orbit right now. Oh my god. I did have an epiphany. Best way to learn. One more time? Okay, so I realized. Yeah, go ahead. Oh shit. Hang on. Cancel. Oh fuck. Sorry. That was totally on accident. Go ahead and tell me. Don't worry about it. I'll bell. Is there a way to... I'll forfeit. Okay. What were you saying? I'll join it. Coming back. I'm going back in it. I realized even if you do perfect thing, every second is advanced. So every second you delay, your opponent has already laid down a brick. Yes, it's about speed. It's not about accuracy. And so, like, for instance, like, well, it's kind of both, right? But sometimes right away there'll be a line piece and it's like, oh, I should stash that away because that's how I get a Tetris. But then if you do that, now you have to bring down another piece, and like there's always like some weird fit that you have to do generally to make that work. And so that time spent is like a lot of time wasted. And so sometimes in the early game it's like, don't cache any piece, and just get them down like as quick as you can. But yeah, speed is the name of the game. Okay, so you're the host. If you want to get it going, you can hit start. So yeah, the other thing is few rotations as possible. So that's another thing that you start to like realize is, oh, I should rotate as little as I can. And then the meta starts to change too, where you're like, you know what? I don't always have to go for the Tetris. Sometimes little jabs are like the way to go. Oops, screwed that up. Like single player, it might be a good idea to just lob matches at the other player. Try doing like at least two, this time try just throwing things at me more. So try clearing like 2 lines occasionally, like as like a jab. All right, let's do it again. Anyone else want to join the gauntlet? Come on, people. Join now. Would you like to know more? "30 seconds or the finale begins." 90% on the laptop import here, guys. The showdown, head to head. Battle of champions. What I don't know is, what does that line mean that just popped up there? Like, what the hell's that about? Because I really don't know what that is. So I think you have to do it in a row. So like a couple in a row. But the other thing about what you're doing is you're clearing lines, right? So you have less to worry about when something gets lobbed at you. Also, I believe whatever you send over comes over the same way. And then I can undo that. But you're doing pretty good. Anyways. What did you do? How? Here's Wonderwall. How do you do that? I don't know. I really don't know exactly how the brick throwing thing works. I know you have to get like, you got to keep doing it in order to build it up. Anyways. 92%. 92% of honeys thinking, what shall I do? Food? Anyways, you're welcome. I'm not the best Tetris player, but I teach you what I know. But yeah, the inner gameplay, this is the stuff I was talking about games that have that exist partly in here, where there's some other part of the game that you're playing and it's in your mind. The muscle memory, yeah. It's certainly part of it. Okay, we're at 94. 94. So this does work. So when we go in here, the camera's here, and then we come out here, and now the camera follows us. And then the camera goes back to here. And then when we leave, it follows us again. So let's move it further back because it's clearly a little too close. There we go. So we leave, it kind of zooms out. And it holds its space here. And now if I join mid-game, if I have the other player join mid-game, oh, I can't. The controller's on the laptop. Will this work? No. What if I have this over it? No. What if I do that? No. This will work here. Interesting. But not down here. Okay. Well, anyways. Whoa. Oh. Hang on a second. We don't want that. Let's see. Do you AI never does this. Why do people talk about AI coding? They always say AI never does this, can't do this, screws up my code, trash, don't use it. And when I use it, it's perfect, zero problems, gets the job done, even does some stuff, extra stuff like making it so I have to assign as least things as possible and making my part easier. I don't know. Every time I try to do it, I don't know. I find that I am more wanting to learn things by doing, and so I find that prompting is teaching me how to prompt really good, not necessarily making me a better programmer. And if it can code beyond my abilities, I can't know what I'm getting without asking it and prompting and doing all that stuff more and more. And maybe it's just my learning style or something. So for me, I find doing is like, I don't know. I haven't had success myself using it to generate any code. But again, I'm probably using the wrong thing and I need to spend money and I'm dumb and I don't know what I'm doing kind of thing. I'm assuming is generally the answer I'd get. I always really like to write my own code and see how good I can do. And then I just always end up using AI for some parts of the code. And it is so good. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. But I don't like hate anybody that uses AI. And I don't necessarily disagree. I try to write my code as hard as I can, but when it gets too complicated, eventually I just have to use AI and say, So, I mean, I grew up before, obviously, and I learned to program before AI was around. So I've just gained an instinct on doing it myself. So, Conrad with the raid.
Oh, that's cool. Cool?
Now, hopefully
cool.
my
Cool?
shout out works.
Cool. That's not cool.
There it is, wish list. Is it Hemomancer? Is that how we say that? Am I saying that right? Or did I just insult? I just called someone's mother like a dog. Thanks for the raid. Welcome in, everybody. I hope you're doing good. I haven't been able to catch your stream in so long.
Shut up and take my money.
Hemom answer. Okay. Hemomancer. All right. I got rid of the thing. The thing.
Did you do that on stream?
Yeah, I just beat the crap out of it. Got rid of it.
Shut up and take my money.
Sorry, busy with work, sadly. No, it's totally fine. All right. We tried the import and we're still having this issue. Let me see if I can track down the problem. We were just going to try doing the game on a laptop and the computer at the same time, but we can't get the damn game to run on the laptop. Oh no, it's starting over on the imports. You got to be kidding me. No. Well, it seems to be going really fast, so maybe it's not. Okay. It must not be because it's going really fast. Games cannot run on laptops. You're wrong, Irad. You're wrong. What are you up to here, by the way? Let me show you. Well, one thing I was working on was the camera system. So we have this dynamic thing where me show you. So the camera will change dynamically here. When we move to certain areas, it'll pan to the spot. And so when we come over here to the anvil, the camera will do like this cinematic thing where it frames the oven in the background and stuff. And then on the netcode side of things, whoops, I accidentally jumped. On the netcode side of things, we have this really simple. So we're grabbing wood and putting it inside the oven here, right? So we can now do this with multiple players. So when somebody connects, somebody else can pick up wood, put it in here. You're just going to have to pretend like they're picking up wood. We'll put in the animations for them holding it and everything like that eventually. And you feed it like this, and the fuel slowly burns, and the oven's going, and then you'll put an anvil in here, or an ingot. So you go here and grab the tong, hold it in the oven, pull it out, come over here, and then tink it on the anvil, and then go back when it gets too cool, warm it up, come back over here, tink it, and multiple people can do different things. So we can make the heat go up by using the bellows. So we'll have it so that players can do the bellows and feed the oven and all that stuff while somebody's doing the tinking, or multiple people could be doing tinking. It doesn't really matter, but we'll be able to do multiplayer. We'll be able to do multiplayer blacksmithing, basically. Looks like Valheim. Yeah, that firelight, you like that? That's all cricket right there, baby. No tutorials. No YouTube this or whatever. And now it's freezing for me. That's great. What am I doing wrong? What am I doing wrong here? Let's see. Go in. Oh, do I have to have the server started? I have to have the server started. Okay, sorry. My bad. Is that what it is? No. Camera area function. Ah. Sorry, let me fix this. I changed some code and then I just broke everything right before you rated. Okay. So anyways, yeah, that's a real subtle thing going on there. But look at the lighting though. Look at the flames dancing back and forth. Look at that. Look at the glow. Look at that. Ooh, see how it gets cooler and then warmer and then cooler and then warmer. And then let me get another player in here. Hang on. Let's get 2 players going. So we'll start the server, we'll connect. Let me plug in the other controller here. Oh, I don't want Steam to open. How embarrassing. Okay, so we go in here, and then we can have a very romantic... Whoops, I screwed up. Still got to fix some things with the code there for the camera. Look at this, so romantic. I don't ever want to love again. Can I get that to... Why isn't that... There we go. Boo, 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 ba, 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 ba. Ba, 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 ba. Ba, 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 ba. Now Keith. Anyways. Lots of AI talk right now. I never tried Godot. Yeah, I've done Unity once for a game jam. First time I used C#. Simulating Brokeback Mountain Simulator. Let's do it. Yeah, you should try Godot sometime. First taste is free. Second taste, you have to use once a month. That's a $5 subscription to a PayPal account I can send you in order to use Godot. So just let me know. I'll send you the. There's a Venmo as well I can send you for the PayPal for the Godot payments. Yeah, I mean, I looked at the three major engines at the time: Unreal, GameMaker, Unity, and I chose Godot. So, rated Cricket. I'm teasing, Chess. I'm teasing. It's in the name. Cricket. K-R-I-K-I-T. It's in the name. Dude, I don't know what is wrong here. I can't get this damn thing to work on the laptop. All right, it's saying it's missing 1T3. Can you search in the Finder? Can you search here in Godot for UIDs? Do you guys know? Global text search? No. So when I try to run it, oh wait. So main 35. I think I could search. I think what I could do is search. Okay, I have an idea. If I open up my local file manager, I think I can search that, right? Yeah. Well, let me. Again, I'm on the laptop right now. Sorry for the dead air, guys. Oh, you know what? It's running twice. This has got to be the problem. Maybe. How do I show hidden files? One T3. Skeleton, import skeleton UID. I found it.
Jason!
Give me a second. Reimport. Import skeleton is giving us a problem. It's not liking something I'm doing here. Import skeleton.gduid. So this is okay. So if I go here, imports, and I delete it, and then close all this stuff out. Don't save. Discard all this. Okay, we'll see what that. Okay, I shall lurk. I need a snacky. All right. Yes, Conrad, thank you so much. I hope your stream was good. What did you I totally forgot to ask what you worked on today. Pagorli, what's up? Okay, we're loading it back up. For some reason, it's re-importing a bunch of stuff again. I don't know why. Every single time I open it on this laptop, it's like, hey, I got to re-import this. Huge re-import. Let it do it. Yeah. No, I do let it do it. It's not like I'm stopping it or anything. This is going to be a huge moment if this works. I'm guessing that this was stopping the rest of this stuff to finish importing, and that's why all of a sudden all this other stuff is importing. Like it does it in a certain order and it was getting stuck. Because now it's just doing a bunch of other ones I haven't seen it do before. Could be wrong. Could be wrong. 70%. I'm going to unplug the controller, get it over here on the laptop. 74%. In the meantime, I'll try and fix this camera error. So if we connect here and I open the door, whoop, the camera goes over. Now, why is that? Well, I should hang out with them. I'll patch it up. Don't worry. There's no clean way of doing it.
No, it's just how you have to light them.
Oh yeah, it's a little jank.
It'll come out.
Yeah. What is it?
It's ready. It's lazy nachos.
Lazy nachos, you say?
Not really exciting nachos.
Okay.
Lazy nachos.
All right. 88%. See if that fixes it. It does. It do. Okay. Still the same goddamn error. And it crashed on me. It's not a runtime error. It's literally popping up about a UID. Error running post import script. Did you return a node derived object on the post import method? Did your mom? It just wants an object. A node-derived object. Is character body 3D? Not. And let's look at world. Enemies. Enemy path. Follow. Assets. Skeletons. Oh. I'll be there in a second. Collision shape 3D. Enemy path follow, and then it does a necromancer. Well, let's see if we do nothing, no problem. And just to confirm, if I open this up, or if I do a search here, T3. It's this import. Error running post import script. You know what? Just to confirm. I don't know what the problem is. These are identical. Let's just duplicate it. Give it a new name. So it has a different UID. Assign it to the things that we're going to import. And try again. Re-import. Same goddamn thing. But I can do it fine here. So let's do no import script. Re-import. Then we're going to pick imports, skeleton, re-import, and it's fine. Did you return? So the error message says, Godot, did you return a node-derived object? Okay, so it's saying it's returning null. How about we print? Print current scene. Re-import. Each one of them shows character body 3D. Wait a second. Gollum. Hold on. Something about a rig. Ah. I got it. It was trying to find something on the model that didn't exist. Out of bound index 4. Sorry, guys. Almost there. Okay, trying again. It's like a lot of weird little bugs. with all of a sudden these are cropping up. They're not technical bugs. It's all resource driven. Barbarian. Sorry guys, this is all off stream. Okay, I'm coming. What movie?
Watching Enchanted.
Oh, okay.
And dinner's ready. I'm not sure.
I know. I heard. I'm desperately trying to.
Okay, I'm just checking in.
Okay.
Do you mind if we start it?
What?
Start the movie.
No, go ahead.
I know. Be careful. There's lots of little prickly wood.
Well, there's cutty parts. Don't step on it. There we go. Okay, hang on. We're almost there. Fiera, how's it going? All right, I'm not going to be able to do it in time. We're going to have to raid out. But next stream, we're going to start trying to connect across the network, not locally. And we're going to see what kind of problems we run into. We're going to get QoS going. We'll be that much more prepared for when we go through Steam's networking stuff. And so that's what we'll be doing next time. I'm sorry for the dead air, guys. But let's go ahead and raid somebody. 23 of you hanging out. Appreciate it. 23 of you we shall raid with. Ah, we can do Walliber. Walliber's at 37 views, but we'll hit him up. Higher than our normal level. Yeah, see you guys around too. Much love to everybody out there. Stay safe. I shall return. If I'm on, it'll be tomorrow night. Cool. Okay?
Cool.
Oh, no.
Yeah, cool. You think it's cool?
Patch Arcana, thank you for the raid. I'm raiding out right now. We're all going to go over to Wallibers. I'll see you there. Bye.
I guess it would be better if there were checkpoints then, because you could like go back kind of thing, but yeah. Okay.